time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
And welcome to Sochi, Russia, to the tiebreaks of the first round of the Women's Chess Cup. Today, I'm finally joined by Dina Belenkaya, who will be my partner in crime for the next couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, something like that.
So welcome, Dina. I've been waiting for you here for sure. So.
Yeah, I could feel that. Yeah, I definitely had to play the first round myself, but then I had this guilty for you that you were sitting here alone and you needed me, so I decided to finish my performance and to come here join you in the commentary.
Exactly. So that's why you didn't try to win the second game. Didn't try too hard.
I tried, but yeah, this sensation of feeling guilty for your colleague, it was pretty important. So yes, welcome everyone to the time breaks of the round one.
Right. So today we have 9 matches. Most of them are very close ones. There are a couple of matches where we have a clear favorite. For example, Anna Ushenina managed to win her second game yesterday, and today she's playing against Aya Mataz from Egypt. We don't really know what to expect, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot of fun and a lot of drama today. And to be honest, for me personally, the tiebreaks is the most exciting part of any knockout event.
Absolutely, it is, and it is also even more exciting because of the time control, since today we'll be having rapid games as well as blitz, and everything is going to be way faster. Things will be changing really fast, and we will see a lot of exciting games.
Exactly. So how do you think? Will we see any Armageddon games today?
Oh, I'd love to. I'd definitely love to see some Armageddon here.
Yeah, I would love to as well, but I don't really wish anyone to get the
So
Armageddon
experience
game.
that, you being a professional chess player yourself, you know what it is, what a
Yes.
tension it is.
It's too much tension, and actually, I was trying to qualify for this tournament myself for the open section, and I lost the Armageddon game against Andrei Sipenko in the final match. Yes.
Oh
so
no.
this is not fun, just pure tension. So we'll see how it goes.
Oh, that must be painful. So, as a second matchup, we will have Tsivka Karina playing against Demchenko Svetlana. Also, very interesting match. We have a clear favorite here by rating, but we cannot know what will happen in the games.
Yeah. In the classical part, both games finished in a draw. In the first game, as black, Svetlana didn't really have any trouble. As white, she was slightly worse throughout all the game, but she managed to make a draw, and the games are about to start. We
Already
will see the handshakes, or maybe we won't see the handshakes.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
some are handshaking, some are not. Yeah, but probably better not to if we want to be careful. And the games are starting already. So as a third matchup, we have Pauline Guichard, who is also a favorite, playing against Varela La Madrid.
Yes, and she's also the one who won her second game. She lost the first game, but convincingly won her second one. And she's a favorite of this match for sure. But we will see a lot of surprises tonight, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely. And next matchup is Natalia Buksa from Ukraine playing against Latresh Sabrina. And Natalia beat her opponent in the first game easily, but then second she lost.
The second one she lost in a very dramatic fashion. She was just piece down, but then her opponent, she blundered a piece back, and then it was a crazy pawn end game. Me and Viral Balagan, who joined me in the studio, we thought that it was a draw, but she lost the game, and apparently it turned out to be a lost end game actually. So a fair result.
That's gonna be intense. We also have Elmira Skripchenko here playing against Vafa Shahanda, and that is yet another clear favorite who will be facing a tough underdog.
Exactly, and Elmira was completely lost yesterday. She was just dead lost throughout almost all the game, but showed some experience and managed to save the game. So we'll see how it goes tonight for her, but it's not going to be an easy match for her, I think.
It's not going to be an easy walk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Next we have Juan Tang from Hungary facing Freina Janel, and that is yet another interesting matchup. The opponent of Huang is not known to me, while Huang has won many European championships so far, so she's definitely a clear favorite here. But once again, you never know. You can have 200, 300 rating points more and still be suffering and making it all decided only in the tiebreak.
For sure. I mean, in this specific pair, Huang, she suffered a loss yesterday. And she won her first game but lost the second one, so it was a little bit surprising. But as far as I understand, it was a clean game from the player from Philippines. So I think we should actually start looking at the games. And which one do you want to cover first?
Let us go with the former world champion Anna Ushenina. That is a very exciting one to me.
Yeah, and we already have a very original position, I would say. At least I'm not familiar with this line. We've seen something similar in their first game, which I managed to win as white. A crazy game. This is the craziest game so far to me. And we see the English opening: c4, e6, d5, bishop g2 takes, and then in the first game, I believe I played, after a6 she played a4, and I was saying that this is not a great idea, but she's clearly prepared for this line as for now, and she plays queen c2, b5, knight e5, forcing the rook to come to a7. I mean, maybe something like c6 is also playable, but it just gives up the pawn back, so probably not a great idea. But with the rook on a7, I don't really believe in black's position. It looks very clumsy to me.
Yeah, the rook is indeed very weird on a7, and now after a4 there is also a threat a takes b5, and there is the spin. So I doubt this is a theory.
I mean, they planned it out very, very quickly. So apparently, at least Aya, it's not the first time she sees this position. So she's clearly prepared, and I like her chances here. I mean, I guess you're thinking this is not a theory. I think this is still some kind of a weird theory, but I'm just looking at these pieces. Everyone is undeveloped, and there's a rook on a7 as well. Yeah,
the only piece, in fact, which is developed in this position for black is the rook. Oh, right. This is horrible.
Exactly, and this doesn't really look promising. On the other hand, black is a pawn up, so yeah.
Yeah, all right. So, shall we move on to the next game?
Yes, the next one is Svetlana Demchenko playing as white against Karina Civka from Poland. Here again we have a serious favorite, at least rating-wise. But as I said, Svetlana played very well in the first two games, so this is not going to be an easy match. And here we see the Alapin defense. Is it called Alapin defense or Alapin attack or opening?
I think it's called defense.
All right,
yeah.
Alapin defense. So even though c3 doesn't really look defensive to me, but it's called defense. And then after e6, I don't really see what's wrong with d4, but apparently she didn't really want to play, the French defense after d5. So she played knight f3 and then a6. So clearly Karina is trying to get some unknown, complicated position and try to outplay her opponent. Because in the second game yesterday, she actually played a Petrov defense.
Oh right.
Yes.
Because she needed a draw.
They finished in a draw in the first game as well.
Okay.
So it's not like she was too happy with a draw in the second game. But
that's strange, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe it's her repertoire then.
I think so too. But this time she chooses some weird line. I don't know how else to call it. It is a weird line. e6 and a6. At least I'm not familiar with this one. After d4 she plays d5. And after e5 now, white can get a very nice version of closed French. Because a6.
Yeah, a6 is just a move that you do not really need in French like this.
Right.
And be a waste of time.
Looks like a waste of time to me, but clearly Svetlana doesn't want to play this type of close positions, so she just goes knight d2. Looks okay as well. Knight c6, takes, and bishop to d3. What do you think about this line?
Well, it's definitely a comfortable position for white here, and soon we will castle. If we castle, well, queen e7 is not a threat, there will be queen e2. And black might be having an isolated pawn afterwards after the exchange of d4 versus c5. So white should have an advantage here. And yeah, if you ask me why Karina decided to go for this line, maybe it's just the type of kind of a structure that she's used to, and maybe she's feeling comfortable here. She has more experience, and after all, in this kind of matchups, it's all about feeling the position, understanding what to do, and controlling it. And the slight advantage, for white or black, and the question if black equalized in the opening or not, it's not that important here.
For sure, yeah. It's all about psychology and knowing your position, right? So the only question I have here, what happens if black just takes on d4? This way we avoid getting an isolated pawn. The knight on d2, it's not a perfect square for the knight.
True.
So I'm not too happy with this bishop d3 move. I think if we want to get this isolated pawn type of position, we should take on c5 first and then play bishop d3. So
yeah, in this, maybe she didn't want to lose a tempo because black's bishop on f8 didn't move yet. Usually you're used to take when the bishop moved, but from the other hand, there is a6 move, which is also a loss of tempo. So yeah, you might be right with this d takes c5.
So here, as I said, I think c takes d4 is clearly the best move for black, but maybe she just doesn't want to simplify the position. Considering the opening, the first move she played, she clearly wants to get a complicated game, and c takes maybe, it simplifies it a little bit too much, in your opinion.
Yeah. Could be possible. True.
Yeah, so only 7 moves, and Blackboard is playing like 5 minutes, which is actually a lot for this time control. So I think we should actually remind viewers what is the time control, in fact. So it's 25 minutes and 10 seconds increment per move, right?
Yeah, must be so, yeah.
And if it's a 1-1 score, then what's happening?
Then the time control gets shorter. It's gonna be 15 minutes. I believe 15 minutes, and then
I think it's actually 10 minutes.
it's 10 minutes.
Yes.
10 minutes and 5 seconds increment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we should definitely see that later on.
Yeah, so we will update you on this once we get some, 1-1 scores. So the next pair we're curious about is, I think you better pronounce her name.
All right, so
Yeah.
this is Pauline Guichard from France facing Valera Madrid, and this is yet another interesting matchup. Pauline actually lost her first game, being a clear favorite, but managed, as you said yourself, to defeat her opponent very surely, convincingly, yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see, today how this one will go.
Yeah, and this is actually the same opening from the yesterday's game, where
Okay.
White managed to win. And I believe in yesterday, this was the same semi-Tarish opening, very well-known line, plenty of games on a very high level. So in that game, she played e5 here, which I was talking about this. This is a possible option, but not the most popular idea for sure for White. So Rook d1 and Rook e1, that's what people more or less always play in this position. Bishop b3, and this is a topical line, and clearly Poland, she's very well prepared this time, because yesterday I'm not sure if e5 was an improvisation or she actually knew something, but this time she's just following the main line. And in fact, I think we should pay attention to this move, Rook e1 to e3.
Oh, that is nice. Trying to attack?
Yeah, basically at some point White's rook wants to come to g3 and do something on the king side, do some damage.
Try to threaten, I see. Well, usually, White should have some kind of advantage because of their center. The e4 and d4 pawns are really nice. But Black's plan would be just to exchange the pieces and try to go for an endgame, because he does have a pawn majority on the queen side, which is also a nice thing when you're in the endgame.
Right. I played this opening myself as Black many times, and you're right. Yeah, ideally we want to exchange all the pieces, but unfortunately, sometimes Black just gets mated, and after knight f6 we see the move d5, breaking the center, and this may get very dangerous for Black. Actually, as I said, I played it myself, and it's never easy for Black.
Yeah. Also, there is the theory here is quite deep, as far as I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Well, what is special about it is that Pauline actually has 27 minutes.
Yes.
So she gained already 2 minutes with 10
seconds.
10 seconds increment. How did she do that?
Hell yeah, this sounds impossible to me.
Yeah.
But this is only move 17 actually, so I don't know how this happened. Maybe there's some error on our PGN file, but she's definitely aware of what's going on. And d5 is actually, I think knight f6 is actually a little bit inaccurate. Exactly, because it allows White to play d5, because usually, I think usually Black plays something like Rook e8, and after d5 we have an idea of playing knight c5.
Right.
So knight comes to c5, and then we put the pressure on e4 pawn, maybe we want to take on b3 at some point. In general, Black is doing fine, but as I was saying, it's always tricky. So, and for example, knight f6 looks like the most natural move in the position, right?
But it will be just smashed by the pawns, right?
Yeah, but d5, and the pawn is already hanging, so... And if Black takes, we take back.
And we have a pass pawn.
We have a pass pawn, which is moving very fast. So.
Yeah, a lot of space. Yes, seems like an easy job here for White.
Yeah, and look at this rook. This is actually a very useful rook now, because at some point we can double on the e-file if needed. Also, for example, if Black wants to stop the pawn on d6, by playing queen d6. Then we go knight d4,
And
knight
we
goes to
threaten.
f5, rook goes to g3, and it's just mate basically. So-
Yeah, so a very easy thing here.
And it's especially hard to play in a faster time control because you need to play very, very precisely in order to keep the position even. But as we can see, Caroline, she's spending a lot of time, and she's not too
definitely,
happy.
she's definitely suffering here, at least in her head, because she does take some time. All right, let us go on. The next game we have is Natalia Buksa playing against Latvesh Sabrina. And what do we have here? Oh, this one is reminds me about the Rosalima structure, but it's okay. I get it. It's also the Spanish when you take the Berlin.
Exactly, that's the Berlin
That's
with
the
bishop
Berlin.
takes c6.
Yeah, right.
Bishop takes c6, a very well-known line. White has all kind of options here: castling, h3, knight c3. Queen e2 is a move as well. So in this game, she opted for knight bd2, which is also a very well-known idea. Knight c4. Now e5 is actually hanging, so black plays rook e8, and I think the point here is, if we take on e5. I'm actually curious what's happening.
Maybe rook takes, knight takes, and queen d4, double
Right.
attack on. And if you go knight g4, I have knight takes g4,
Or bishop takes g4.
or also bishop takes g4.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have bishop e3 here, so and after queen e5, I have the d4 idea.
All right. Well, this is intense. Okay, so it didn't work. Then what? Is it just rook takes e5 still sounds nice to me. Maybe you just sack exchange and then do bishop takes f2, and then queen d4.
Yeah, but this way you just sacrifice like most of your pieces, and I'm not sure where the.
But there must be something here.
No, but I honestly think they just mixed it up. I mean, Black
really?
just mixed it up because I think knight d7 is actually the move here. And the idea, if we do the same thing, takes, queen d4, bishop e3, now we just get an equal position. Even better for black because we can take on g2.
All right. Okay.
So, and I think rook e8 is a natural move to play, and you think that e5 can't be taken, but in fact I'm not so sure. I mean, maybe there's some knight g4 like playing for compensation, but I don't really believe in that. Anyway, so white played queen e2. Generally, the idea here for white is to play h3, g4, put the bishop on a3, try to castle long, and checkmate black somehow.
Yeah, sounds like an easy plan.
Sounds like an easy plan, but after bishop g4, h3 takes, knight d7, bishop d2. An interesting idea, a very original one, rook e6.
It's not the first time we see the rook lift
Yes.
so far today.
But in the previous game it was a standard one. Here it's a very creative one. And actually it makes sense because now if castle, I think the idea was to play rook f6 and just pick up the pawn on f2. So, and clearly Buksa, she didn't want to castle short because this way we just get an equal position. Not much is going on. Her idea was to castle long for sure. So, but she plays bishop e3, which allows black to play rook f6, then take on e3, and eventually white still castle short for some reason. I mean, I think g4 can be played here, but
So you would say that white did have more ambitions here, could have more ambitions
yes,
in this kind of
yes,
position.
I think so. On the other hand, after after castling short, queen e7, now f4. This is also an aggressive plan. And what's always looked to me, that this type of position is always slightly better for white, just because we have these double pawns and black is more or less forced to take queen f4. Now c7 is attacked. Rook on g6. I don't really know what to think about this rook, to be honest. Like, it looks like pseudo-active, like looks active, but in fact it doesn't really do much. But maybe it's not a bad square for the rook.
Yeah, like a fake activity here, okay.
Fake activity, exactly. And also black, so the c7 pawn is actually hanging. So how do we defend this pawn? I'm not so sure.
We need to move the knight somewhere.
Yeah, and we see on the board
Yeah, she took
this is the
Natalia
position we
took
have
the
right now.
queen. So you can go either knight c5 or knight f6, knight b6 to try.
Well, any of the move, my plan is to mate with knight e3 and then bring the knight to f5.
Okay, I also have the knight maneuver knight e6.
Yes, knight e6, and then I just go back to say, f2.
And you do want to come to f5, but maybe I have something, like maybe it's not, this advantage is not enough for you. My plan should be to push the c pawn, but I do not want to push it.
You mean c5 and then c4 at some point?
Yeah, or maybe just to go to d4, and if you play c3, then use your d3 weakness.
Right. Well, I think we can conclude that white is slightly better. We don't know how big the advantage is, but looks like at least white is the one who's playing for the initiative here, right?
Yeah, that is true. So I guess we can move on and see what do we have next. And speaking of, we have Elmira Skripchenko here facing Vafa Shahenda, and what do we have here? Oh wow, opposite castles. Opposite castles.
Right, some weird King's Indian, really weird one. And the first thing I'm looking at is the bishop on g7.
Yeah, that was my thought also. Yeah, it doesn't feel good here. It has some kind of a fever, apparently.
On the other hand, you know, the bishop on d2 doesn't look like a great piece either.
Okay, but what is your plan? Like, if black pushes the c pawn, then it would be useful on d2 because it actually stops you from pushing c4. But there are 20 more reasons why you cannot play c4 here.
Right, but in fact, I can just sacrifice some of the pawns here. Like maybe queen b5 is my next move, and then I attack e9, and then I want to play c4 as well. Another idea is just to play queen a7, attack a2, and then if you play b3, you know, maybe I can still play c4 just to to open up all the files in front of white's king. So. I don't know, maybe white should actually take en passant here.
Oh, so c5 was the last move.
c5 was the last move, so yeah, white has an option of taking the pawn, and I think that's what she...
That is a nice option.
Yeah, that's what
a
she
nice
should
option,
do.
Yeah. And you will have the d5 square, d4, okay, black cannot really go there. So yeah, there is, it's definitely an important move here.
Yeah, so if knight c6, let's say, then I'm thinking maybe we should bring the knight to c1 just to make sure a2 is never hanging. Then play something like queen g3, like solidify our position and claim that bishop on g7 is really stupid and the pawn on b4 is potentially weak. So I think any endgame would be significantly better for white, but yeah, the queens are still on the board and it's unclear.
In fact, black has two weaknesses here and white doesn't have any.
Yeah, so... Although a2, it can be potentially weak, and we still have the open file here. And actually, white just took on c6 and knight takes c6. This is the position we have right now. So.
Yeah, but with your suggestion, knight c1, I do feel pretty comfortable here for white.
I agree. I would take white here for sure. On the other hand, if I'm not sure what's the plan for white here. Maybe just something like rook g1 and double on the g file. But this way I can always play bishop f6 and ask you, like, what are your rooks doing on g-file, right?
Yeah, but I can try to bring my knight to f5, well, dream of, or d5, but I don't see the clear route for it right now.
Yeah, so this is something interesting because you were saying that, d5 is a weak square, and it is weak, but your knight is very far away from d5 as well as the second one, so... I'm not sure if white can actually exploit this, this square.
Maybe I should double my rooks on the d-file, or try to attack your b4 pawn.
Well, b4 pawn I can always protect, but she just played queen b3, which is also a nice move. I think knight c1 can be played at some point if, when the pawn on a2 gets attacked, so...
Yeah, there is no threat right now, so we do not have to go there immediately. So queen b3, well, I do not want to take on b4, but okay, controlling some light squares also makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think white is slightly better here. And as I said, yesterday Shahinda, she was completely winning as white, so this is the second time in a row she's pushing. So this is so far probably the most surprising match. Yeah,
you mean this is the most, this is the game where we see the rating favorite suffering the most for now, judging by the position.
Exactly, and by the position which she had yesterday.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, we'll see. But actually, now I'm looking at it, I don't like queen b3, but because now we have some knight a5 ideas as well.
Well, you know, queen is known to be the worst blockader, so it's also it could be also the reason.
Exactly. So that's why I actually my intention was to bring the knight to c1 just to protect the a2 pawn and also maybe put the knight on b3 at some point. This knight.
Yeah, and this is what she just did. Looking at the picture we have from the cameras.
Yeah, so knight c1 is on the board. God knows what's going on, some mess, right? But no easy life for a favorite, for Almira.
Yeah, no easy life. Almira, she might be also feeling some need of support to the team. And
as you did, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, because she might join the Open World Cup commentary team later on if she ever quits. So yeah, but okay.
If she ever gets eliminated, right?
Yeah, if she ever gets eliminated,
maybe she will go all the way to the final.
Yeah.
So yeah, moving on.
Let's move on. Indeed, we have Juan Drunk from Hungary, multiple European champion facing Frina Janelle. And what do we have here?
We have what looks like a Catalan opening, but in fact it was some Dutch
Catalan.
Dutch Catalan, yes, well-known Dutch Catalan, and I think that's what she played yesterday as well. So she won her first game as white, and then the second one she needed a draw, and she played this opening, which is
not the kind of an opening that you choose when you need a draw.
Right. Doesn't have the most drawish reputation.
Okay, so she goes with the Swidler approach. Whenever you need a draw, you need to go and fight. And this is the only way you can get a draw.
Makes sense, but didn't really work out for her yesterday, so...
Unfortunately, it wasn't that time, but maybe today it will. Well, today she doesn't have the pressure of a must draw situation.
Yeah, so she's just playing, and in fact this is the exact same position we had yesterday, I believe. Except that in that game I think white played knight d2 and then put the second knight on f3. The bishop came to f4 and white got a very nice position. This time she decided to take on d5, which is not very standard, but maybe this knight c4 idea actually is something what she had prepared for this game.
Oh right, this is a very common move in such kind of positions where you have this pin and the pawn cannot take because there is the bishop saying hi to the rook, and in the meantime we do want to take out black's best bishop, dark squared bishop. So it sounds like a good plan. What would happen after bishop c7? Would that be bishop f4?
No, the idea here is to play bishop a3.
Oh,
that's the trick.
Oh, that's the trick. Okay, that's nice.
Trick. Yeah, so black just doesn't really have time to get the bishop out. And look at, okay, so queen c7 happened. So now white cannot take on d6 because ideally what I want to do, I want to take on d6 and play queen a3.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, but clearly this way the queen is hanging, so she played an interesting move after queen c7. She played queen b2.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's original.
A very creative play from the players today. Yeah, the bishop went back, but now bishop f4 comes to the tempo, queen b7 as well. This is not something you see every day.
Yeah, this is the queen fianchetto that we are experiencing here. Well, what can I say? For white, at least the bishop is still out. Even if it didn't go to a3, it is on f4, it feels good. But what about bishop on c8? Oh, this one is not doing good.
Yeah, the bishop on c8 is clearly worse than the bishop on f4. But what I was telling yesterday, that it's a common mistake that people know that the bishop on c8 is a bad piece, But what people don't really realize that the bishop on g2 is actually bad as well.
All right, that is a good point. I've heard it recently. Yeah, that is something that we do not really think of at first, and it's true. And even if it's pinning like two pieces right now, queen and the rook, it actually doesn't do anything because there is this d4 barrier, d5, sorry, barrier for the bishop.
Yeah. So these 3 pawns, they restrict black's bishop, but they do the same thing for the white's bishop as well. But we still, I guess, you know, Soviet chess school tells us, you know, that the e5 square is weak, the bishop is better than this one, and rook can come to c1 quickly. So all this should tell us that white should be better here. But
yes, absolutely.
what I see after bishop d6 looks like, you know, knight e5, and then we, instead of having a very nice knight or a bishop on e5, now we have a pawn on e5, which is, it's more of a weakness, I think, in this position. So I'm not.
Yeah, that is true, because the d5 pawn might be might move, and could be even in some lines could be a pass pawn. Okay, it's not yet, but it's definitely an advantage in the center. This one we can see. Well, and the bishop on c8 has now the future on a6, so seems like black doesn't have any problem here anymore.
Yeah, she didn't, and that's a good point, that now the bishop can actually come to a6, and I think this would be actually a better piece than the bishop on g2. So at least, you know, it attacks the pawn on e2 and does something.
Definitely.
Knight f3, the knight is coming to d4.
Well, still some play for white. This is interesting. It is, I would say it's a like positional fight.
Absolutely, and I don't like the move b4 because now there's a very nice square on c4. Yeah, the outpost on c4, and that's what black did. It's not like, you know, this bishop is attacking anything, but still it's better to have the bishop on c4 than on a6. And so b4, you know, turns out to be like an unnecessary weakening move, I think. So we can conclude that black is at least not worse here.
Yeah, that is true. Even could be slightly better.
Yeah, I would definitely choose black here. Although, you know, if we ever bring the knight to d4, e6 is also kind of weak. So I don't think white is in trouble or anything. But yeah.
Right. So let us move on to the next matchup. We have Nurgul Salimov from Bulgaria facing Aliaga Fernandez, Ingrid, and. Right, trying to guess the structure. Could be some kind of English? No?
English already.
English already, yeah.
Yeah, and we can glance at the opening. This is a typical, you know, rapid opening when white just plays g3, b3, and obviously she's not playing for any opening advantage. She just, you know, she just wants to get a simple play. Yeah, a3, and usually if white is allowed to play knight h4 and grab the bishop, that's what white usually, you know, do. But in this case, she decided that she doesn't really need this bishop, and for example, instead of bishop g6, that's what happened in the game. h6 is a much more frequent move in such positions. So after knight h4, we have bishop h7.
Yeah, it is also more logical, but here. Yeah, well, there was just a move on the game which wasn't the. Wait, this is the position on the board, yeah. So white doesn't.
This is not the position yet. We are approaching the position.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, go
so
on.
rook c1, rook c2, famous. I think Reddy played it himself, right? The rook is coming to c2, and then the queen is coming to a1 to control this diagonal. And in fact, this is actually a very strong plan still. Bishop d6. Although I think at this point white's supposed to play knight e5, but she's just not in time to do that because black plays e5 herself. And that probably means that, you know, black is doing fine. Although knight h4, knight f5, knight f3, d4, and now all of this battery looks kind of stupid, right?
Yeah, you're asking yourself, what are these pieces doing here?
Okay, so what is this pawn sack?
Oh, that is weird. Wait, did she do that on purpose?
I guess so. I mean, I don't really see any other reason.
She would not blunder this. It's Too strange. Yeah. Okay, well, first of all, what is a knight doing on f5? Is it, like, it seems strong, but isn't it kickable easily?
Yeah,
there?
so something like bishop g4 or bishop g6, it's not doing much, let's put it this way.
Yeah, it seems nice and all, but it's actually useless.
In fact, now I'm thinking that the knight can be trapped at some point. It doesn't have that many squares, right? Only one square on h4. And that is not the square the knight wants to go to, so maybe it's not that good for white. But b4, I mean, maybe she's looking for some queen g5 type of thing, but...
Okay, even if you go queen g5, I can always do bishop g6,
exactly.
And then what?
Exactly. So maybe that's what she blundered, because I don't really see any other explanation.
Yeah, but that's like, there is no threat here. Okay, I could have an explanation that she simply forgot about the bishop on f8.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, but that is the only one. Anyway, like, even if there was no b4, we could see that white didn't get any advantage out of this opening.
No. Clearly she didn't, and I think she actually, as I said, once you play queen a1, you need to have this knight e5 move in order to stop all these e5 ideas. Otherwise, this plan just doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, otherwise white should have gone for the bishop with knight h4.
Exactly.
Or something like that, and then maybe prepare d4 or e4.
Right. In fact, maybe, now I'm thinking that if you don't want to play knight h4, maybe the right way to play this position is actually to play rook a2.
Yeah, that is also typical, and then you bring the queen on a1, and the difference about the position we had in the game is that now, when pushing b4, we will have a play on the a file.
Yeah, that's right. And also black is not in time to play e5 now, because after rook e8, as I was saying, knight e5 is an option. We control e5, and this is still equal, but the problem for black is this bishop on g6, which is kind of a stupid piece. Well, anyways, after bishop b4, white is thinking. We don't really see a lot of compensation here, so... Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun here. I can feel it.
Yeah.
Because Nurgul definitely needs to score. She's a favorite, and she's not. Well, this is the first time we see a favorite being a material down.
Exactly. And she was trying for more than 100 moves yesterday to win her second game, but she couldn't. And this is a close match, much closer than it looks on the paper.
Was it the famous rook against bishop?
No, it was another game. They actually had an opposite color bishop's position, extra pawn for Nurgul, but she could have agreed on a draw. I think 50 moves earlier. So.
Yeah, well, you should try. You're on the World Cup. You should try all your chances, even if it's about torturing your opponent.
Exactly. Like, why not?
Yeah, it is sport. Okay, next game we have Mamadova Gulnar versus Narva-Mai from Estonia. What do we have here? Seems pretty calm compared to the previous games we saw.
Exactly. Yeah, and I guess we can just say that this is just a draw, technically speaking.
Already?
Already. I mean, we just want to play rook d8 and then play rook d1, and we will get the similar position from that game we were just talking about. Yeah, but much more life in this position than in the yesterday Salimov's game. Well, the thing is, in this match, Gulnar, she won her first game as black, and then she lost her second game as white.
Okay. So she, so I see. So Narva-Mai is in, like, let's say she has some kind of psychological advantage because she made a comeback, and now Gulnar, being a favorite by rating, needs to prove her being stronger.
Yeah, exactly. And winning as black on demand, it's extremely hard, especially when your opponent is like, what is the rating difference? Like 200 points or something?
Yeah, it's actually not that.
Points.
Yeah, it's only 109 points to be precise. But okay, it's pretty relative. Yeah, I think at this point everything can happen, and we definitely see that Gulnar is not happy with her position so far. We can judge by her body language.
And she's not better. on the board as well. And I think the only thing which is, may make you optimistic about this game is the time situation, right?
Yeah. True. Oh my God! 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2
I
minutes
didn't
left.
see that.
Right.
2 minutes for not. Oh, that is crazy. To be honest, that's not the way you show your confidence in the match.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this type of position you don't really need much time. White just doesn't have anything to attack, and Black is super solid. If anyone can be better here, I think it's Black, because at least we have some plan of b5, maybe b4, a4, try to do something on the queen side. White doesn't really have any attack anywhere basically, so yeah, I think yes, she has 3 minutes left, we can say, like 2:58.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
in this situation, in this exact position, it's not that important. So I expect to draw in this game.
Yeah. Could we say Black is even slightly better?
Yeah. I think as I said, if anyone is playing for winning, it could be Black. But considering that she has
2 minutes.
2 minutes left, and
Only, yeah.
this 258 reminds me, like a price tag of $9.99. So in your mind you think it's $9, let's say, but in fact it's like 3 minutes, right?
The famous trick, the famous marketing tool that Narama is using here. Okay, so the last game we have for today, which we did not cover yet, is of Claudia Colon from Poland facing Jennifer Yu from United States. And this one is a very close matchup by rating, not like we saw in the first ones. So,
yeah, when I saw the pairings, I thought this was the closest match actually. Even though Jennifer is an underdog, but she was a U.S. champion a couple of years ago.
Yeah, she was a U.S. champion, and she's like she's a promising star in United States. So many could even call her very, very dangerous underdog here in this matchup. What do we have on the position? It seems like the rook on b7 is a dream rook, but Black is also White's king is actually in more trouble than Black ones.
We could say that. I think Black looks completely fine. Black has different options, but the one I like is Queen d6. We have a little trap after Queen g3. We have Rook h1.
Little trick that works in Blitz.
In Blitz and Rapid, why not go for it? And also Queen g6 is just a good move itself, because you were saying that the Rook on b7 is very dangerous. And you're right, but after g3, I can at least go Rook e7 and cover the 7th rank.
Okay.
So
I still have something like Queen a6, but you will easily kick me out of it.
Queen a6. Now I have some. Wait, hold on a second. So
actually, in this position, there's a lot of tactics. Queen g6.
Queen g6. So after Queen a6, now I have Rook e3, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
So
that makes sense. Yeah. That is interesting. I think in this kind of position one needs to calculate a lot, and this is what we see on the board already. Queen d6, g3. Now Black needs to come up with something.
My feeling is Black is actually significantly better here, but I don't really see the clean way to continue the attack. But Rook e7 comes to mind just to make sure nothing's happening on the 7th rank. That's like an old-fashioned way of playing the position, but I'm pretty sure Jennifer is looking for something more aggressive than that.
Yeah, that is true. Now that we saw all the games at first time, shall we go back to the games which were the most stressful for
us?
for the favorites. As far as I remember, Almira was having some
not so great position.
Yeah, and also Nurgul was a pawn down. Yeah, that was okay. So we do have Almira's game here. And what is wow, many things changed. Oh my god, knight on d4. Congratulations! This is a dream.
We made it. We made it.
How did they manage to do it?
So we left this position around here. White played knight c1, rook a7, h4. Not so sure about h4, but okay. Bishop f6. Bishop comes to b6, I guess, which in general would be a good idea. But I don't want to leave my king, with only one defender. So I'm not so sure if bringing the bishop to b6 right now is something that Black wants to do. But knight g5 is probably inaccurate because it allows Black to play knight d4, right? And that's what she wanted to do, like all the game. And maybe now White should have just gone for the endgame.
Traded everything. Yeah, that knight on d4, I do not feel good about it.
You mean for White, right?
Yeah, for White. I mean, even if you're in the endgame, still it looks so like it is controlling the whole board, and I don't see what White can oppose to this fact.
Yeah, so probably that's why she didn't go for the endgame. She played queen d1 instead. Queen c6, pointing out at the e4 pawn, f3, queen to a6. And something's happening. Bishop takes f4. Boom.
Oh my.
Bishop takes
surprise?
f4. And
surprise?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a surprise. And also, the knight on d4, we were praising that knight so much, and now it's a headache for Black.
Oh boy, how did this happen? What should have Black played instead? There have been changes. We should follow those.
We should follow the game, and now Almira, I think she blundered the pawn on f4, but it's still probably not a huge deal. She played rook c8, knight takes f7, rook takes f7. This is the position we have right now, and we see that who is this? This is Salimova, right?
No, this is Pauline Guichard, who just finished her game. We see that on the screen. She won her game, and that dream D-passed pawn of yours made it all.
And the mating attack as well. So
also everything that you have predicted so far worked. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. And Black obviously resigned because of queen f8 and made it on the next move. And it's actually a very, very similar game to the yesterday's one. She got mated in a very similar fashion yesterday. So if she gets to get back in the match in the second game for the blitz, I think she should change the opening because this is not something which is going well for her. Yeah, so we were talking about Almira's game, and she blundered a pawn, but now, instead of the knight on d4, there's a monster bishop on d4.
Which is not worse, actually, not less active here. I would even say that activating this bishop is worth sacrificing a pawn.
Probably, but I don't think that was planned.
Well, you just adapt according to the position on the board.
Right. So the rook is attacked, and I think she's gonna play rook to c7. And now White's rook is attacked, so something like rook d1 is probably White's idea. And she's a pawn up here. Yes, all of this is very dangerous. For example,
a little passive, I would say.
c2 is unclear to me.
Oh, nice. And then with the idea of b3 somewhere, queen c4.
Right. I mean, first of all, White can take, but secondly, I'm not even sure maybe knight d3 is possible. So we're protecting everything. Yes, looks scary, but on the other hand, any endgame would be just lost for Black now. And
okay.
If you move the rook, say on the second rank here, I have some rook c1 ideas, fighting for the c file. So yeah, this is very interesting. So instead she played, she doubled on the f file, attacking f3, rook f1. Black definitely has compensation, but I'm not so sure if it's
enough for having any advantage here.
Yes, or even an equal position. But we should point out that we're talking about the objective evaluation, right?
Yeah.
Practically speaking, I like Black. She's more active, and she's the one who's having the initiative here.
Yeah, and also whenever you're playing rapid or blitz, it is always easier if you are from the side of the attacker. And it's simply easier to play when the time control is short.
Yeah, because it's just because it's easier to attack than to defend, right? I guess that's the thing here.
You think so?
I think so.
No, it could also depend on players. You know, some are great defenders and they don't have all that, I don't know, adrenaline for attacking. But anyway, we shall see what's gonna happen next. Let us have a look at other games. Do we have some other results or only one result so far?
Only one result so far, and this is the second game, the second board, where Svetlana Demchenko again doing great. I mean, this is just an equal position, right?
This is just a draw.
This is just a draw, so
yeah.
And she's actually 5 minutes ahead on the clock, so definitely not losing this game.
Absolutely not. Nothing interesting here.
And this will be the third draw of the match, which is
pretty impressive from the side of the underdogs. Right. Shall we see then some more? Shall we hope for some more excitement?
Yeah. Let's look at some. Let's try to find some fun positions.
Yeah. What about?
Ooh.
Oh.
Rook c8.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What is that? Rook c8?
Yeah, and I guess she wants to play knight e7 now and win the queen.
Okay.
But the little problem that, you know, black gets, how many pieces does black have in this position?
Definitely enough
for
to for having an advantage.
Yeah, but queen takes e5. Queen takes e5, and then we will pick up the d4 pawn.
Okay. Well, I can easily. I cannot. I was hoping to defend it, but it's not defendable. Wait. Okay, I can go. Well, I have a passed pawn, right?
You do.
And I have a majority of I have a material advantage.
Right.
So it's gonna be an easy job. Knight c3. How about knight c3?
The bishop on e7 is a problem.
Yeah, I don't need it.
You don't need it? Okay.
I'll just push b4. Okay, no.
I think Ingrid needs it, so.
Yeah, no. I do need it. No, there must be something here. I think black has a lot of choice.
Yeah, I mean, this position should be winning for black, but there's no forced win. So something like my bishop f8, queen takes d4, and then just b4. So we just play it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we see this is what's happening. And she played knight takes e7 instead of bishop takes e7.
Yeah.
Also, this way she actually gets to keep the e pawn. And this is very smart. Because the rook now is on his e8, and you know, if we keep these 2 pawns, so all right, let's do the count. Yeah, do the count for me.
So, if you want to count, white has a queen and black has a rook and a knight and a bishop and the pawn, which makes mathematically 6 plus 6, 12.
12 pawns against 9.
Oh my god, that is 3 pawns up. That is totally losing for Nurgul. Oh my goodness, that is a lot actually.
Yeah, but she wasn't doing great, you know, previously, so.
One thing is being a pawn down after the opening, another thing is being totally lost here. Even one more thing is that everything is happening only on one side, and it is once again a better thing for black because he has pieces.
Yeah.
For maneuvering it. Well, I would say yeah, totally lost for white here.
Totally lost, but with some practical chances. Maybe it's possible to blunder something, right? It's not completely hopeless, but yeah, black is winning objectively, so this is gonna be a very, very serious upset because we have 200 points difference in this match.
Yeah, that's a lot. Well, one thing that we can say about those players who have lower rating is that most of them represent countries where there is a definite lack of tournaments, which means that their rating could be actually misvaluated. They could be underrated.
Yes.
So they could be actually stronger than the numbers we have on the paper. And that could also affect the way of thinking of those who are supposed to be stronger. Anyway, let us move on. How are other players doing?
Well, Guillermo Amado, the position hasn't really changed, except that May has only 19 seconds left. But it's still the same situation where you don't really need much time here.
But on the contrary, the difference between them, the time difference, has decreased. So maybe it's still all controlled by Nara.
All right, so this is a draw, and here This must be winning for sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Rook
this
takes
is a
G1,
mate.
King takes G1, and we can see that Claudia just resigned. She actually had some good chances yesterday against Jennifer. She was playing black, she was pushing, but couldn't really convert her advantage. And in this position, we left it here, and I was, suggesting some
Rook E7,
some
which
Rook
was
E7, some chicken moves, but instead Rook E8 happened. Keeping the Rook on E1 makes sense. Rook G2, just H5 followed by H4, extremely unpleasant in a time trouble. And after H4, looks like the G3 pawn is falling. Queen H5, Rook takes G3. She just grabbed the pawn, but after Rook G1 and Queen G3, the mate is coming, and looks like very, very well played by Jennifer.
In fact, we were just too passive here. We needed to feel more power here, because what black did was just being active, and it actually seems like the white's position just fell apart.
Exactly, and because of the energetic play from Jennifer, right? So very, very nice win from her, and Claudia has to win her second game as black. It's not gonna be easy for sure.
Yeah, well, I guess it's still since it's gonna be a rapid game, it might be easier in a way to play with black. Colors do not have that importance anymore, because it's all about how do you control it?
Exactly, but it's much easier to get a game as white than as black if white wants to make a draw. For example, white plays some London. How do you actually play for the win there? I don't know. But
there are still ways. There are still ways.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so we've got two results so far. Ushenin is still playing, and looks like she is a pawn up.
Let us count.
But she has only 46 seconds left.
46 seconds left. Okay, and Anna Ushenina is a pawn up. And what about the pieces? The knight on d6 looks like a monster knight, but the question is does he have big plans for that square, or is he gonna be pushed away?
I think it will be pushed away, because yes, it looks nice, but it can be supported by a pawn or some other pieces besides the bishop on f4, and the bishop is attacking the knight. The rook will join the party as well, so
everybody's gonna be happy here for black.
Yeah, I don't really see a full compensation here, to be honest, but with 46 seconds left, I would be worried for both sides.
I actually, I think I saw her first game of Anna, where she had a winning position, right? And then she blundered the mate. She, with that Queen H7,
yes.
Does it say something to you?
It does, and I was actually looking at this game, and I wasn't sure if it's, it was just a blunder or some crazily beautiful combination by white. Apparently it was a blunder, but I didn't have an engine on me, so
yeah.
I was saying that this is the most beautiful game ever, but in fact white just blundered a piece. So, but then black blunder made an exchange.
Yeah, there was that rook takes e3. Yeah, something like that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it was a crazy game. And,
it was, yeah. And this is the game between Svetlana Demchenko and
Karina Sivka that we just saw finished. I guess it's a draw.
It is a draw, yeah.
It is a draw, yeah.
It is a draw, so Svetlana is doing very, very well. So this game, yeah, it's sharp, but I think it was sharp a couple of moves ago. Now it's not that sharp anymore, because white managed to get the pawn back.
Okay.
And yeah. Knight b4, the knight is coming to d3. So let's quickly glance at some other games if something is happening, because here I think the position is objectively equal, but Ushenina will try to win this.
She will try to win. She will try to use the dynamics against her opponent here.
Right, specifically at the d3 square, right? And actually I think white is slightly worse here, because I have some d5 square, d3 square for my knights, and she just played bishop e3, a nice move. Hitting the knight, and also, moving the bishop away from the f4 square where it will be attacked. So knight d3 happened, and just rook c2 I think should keep the position equal. In fact, she just played rook c3,
Okay.
Yeah, and
After knight a4?
after knight a4, I think this was blundered. But she's just, she's just trusting her instincts here. I think she doesn't really want to.
Yeah,
calculate
also,
anything.
like, I don't think black can take the pawn, which he did. Immediately, there is knight e5 idea trying to... no, it's not possible.
Yeah, there's the knight
so
on
we're
g3
pawn
control.
down.
We are, but these knights look kind of weird right now. Although there's some knight d1 ideas as well, so I think...
Bishop d4, okay, h5.
I think Aya is just a little bit in a hurry here. She still has 2.5 minutes, but she's playing too quickly.
Fast,
Too
yeah.
quickly.
Emotions.
Yeah, maybe.
Or stress.
All right, so this is Natalia Books. Also time trouble for both sides. Looks like white is pushing here, right? She's a pawn up.
She's a pawn up, and
She will be a pawn up on the next move at least.
yeah, and well, if you try to attack the h5 pawn, then I'll just take on h4 and protect it. So it seems like white is having a big advantage here. I would even say winning,
Yeah.
but maybe it's too early to make that kind of. Okay, definitely looks winning.
She's winning for sure here,
Yeah.
and the thing is, it's just really hard for white to mess it up. For example, like rook f4 seems winning here. Actually, instead of king h6, rook g5 happened. So she's trying to activate her rook, but the thing is, f6 is really weak, and if f6 falls, then c6 falls as well. So and white is a pawn up. So I'm pretty sure this position is winning, but. You know, we saw some big adventures yesterday in this match, so maybe it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's over only when the papers are signed. And right, so who's next? Who's our next?
The next is Elmira.
Elmira.
This is probably the most wow. Wait. So I can see that rook h2 was the last move, and what if black takes the rook? There's queen c8.
Oh, yeah, the
Queen
puzzle.
c8.
The puzzle, the very easy puzzle thing.
Yeah, puzzle rush.
That's what I
Puzzle
wanted to
rush,
say.
and I think white can actually take on b3 on the next move. If the rook moves away, let's say she just played rook g3, okay. Shahinda is very impressive. I mean, yesterday she was winning, today she's... I think this position should be winning for white, because now actually black's king is in much more trouble because of the pawn on h6. All these, back rank issues. Just like queen e6. Queen f6 is a threat.
Right.
And then maybe some rook c8 stuff as well. Black just played rook to f8, yeah.
It actually seems super dangerous for black, while white's king is in total safety.
I wouldn't call it total safety because
there's the bank rank, or the last rank.
The back rank, yeah, the b3 pawn is still very, very annoying. So queen takes d6, hitting the rook on f8.
And the pawn on e5.
And the pawn on e5 as well. So if we look at the engine right now, I think it will tell us that white is winning, but
right.
Again,
practical chances.
Practical chances still exist thanks to this pawn on b3.
And she took a pawn on f3. Let us have a look at this one. Now knight e5 would be expected. The most logical here.
And she does it. Yeah.
She's doing it. Yeah.
She's doing it, and now knight c6 is a big threat as well.
There's everything. There are so many threats here.
Rook f1.
Okay.
The back rank.
Yeah, you're trying.
The back rank. But rook h1 can be played at the very least,
defend
right?
it, yeah. Wait, bishop g1.
Bishop g1. Well, that one I didn't see. But then I can take. I can look at this.
Queen takes.
But queen takes. I have queen takes f8.
Queen f8.
Yeah, queen takes g1 and then queen f8.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, queen g. No. Wow.
So is she still thinking? Yeah, she's still thinking after rook f1.
Rook h1 is the only move.
I don't think it's the only move, but
there is
the most
also
natural.
knight d3 because you also have knight d3 right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's safe. It's safe for white.
Black is in trouble here. Black is in trouble, but I think this is the most interesting game we have
Yeah.
as for now, so we will stick to this one, I think. Rook F2.
Okay.
Oh,
Attacking.
D2.
93.
Knight D3 is
In the
probably...
worst case.
But what else?
Yeah. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, let's go knight d3.
Yeah, Knight D3. I mean, Knight C4 also, but Knight D3 at
Knight
least
d3
attacks the
is
rook.
attacking the rook. It's a tempo, and you cannot move because you have the f8 rook hanging.
Exactly.
So,
So
it's the most
Knight
natural.
D3, and then rook comes to F6.
Safety first. What do we do
I
now?
wouldn't call it a safety move because we hit the queen, so...
Okay. Queen moves somewhere.
I think Queen D5, and then we want to take on B3. Makes sense. Alright, so we got a game of Gulnar. It was a drawish position. And where is it? It's right there. Yeah. It is a draw. So as we were saying, yeah, May had almost no time, but it was easy to play. So back to that Skripchenko game, Queen D5.
Okay, so we do have an advantage here. With white, we see that we're winning, but on practical way, it's still double-edged, especially knowing the time travel for both players here.
Yeah, it's easy to blunder something, and there are sometimes maybe when bishop takes b2 ideas in the air. So let's quickly glance at some other games. So this is still winning, still 2 pieces and the rook for the queen, right?
Yeah.
And this,
It's actually super safe, yeah, with against the queen. White doesn't have any counterplay at all, so it's
yeah. So I mean, there is some chance for a fortress, but it's very slim. So I don't think
fortress with the queen.
Kinda, yeah. Like one, you know, if we exchange all the pawns somehow, yeah. But yeah, probably.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I'm just trying to find some hope for white here. And this game, what is this?
Natalia Buksa has just finished her game.
And she converted her advantage in that rook game. We left her on here saying that white is winning.
Yeah.
And she won her game indeed. So Anna Ushenina, it is a draw. It is a draw. She was a pawn up, but apparently, you know.
She didn't manage, even with the perfect knight on d5, the one you were saying of.
Yeah, and actually this already looks kind of scary with all these mating ideas, but yeah.
Yeah, pawn up, but not enough.
Not enough, and yeah, this will be a draw in a few moves. So this one is probably lost for white. I think the pawn is on b2, although king c6, no. King g6, yeah, king g6, the idea after bishop e4 we want to play bishop f5.
Right.
So, and this is just winning for black, so the only really interesting game we got left is this one.
Okay, between Elmira and Vafa, and the pawn on h6 has gone, but it still looks pretty winning for white.
As well as the pawn on b3, right? So
yeah,
I wouldn't say it's that easily winning, because now the bishop, you know, is very strong. The king is more or less in the safety because there's no pawn on h6 anymore. There's no back rank issue. B2 is hanging.
Yeah.
Rook h7. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh.
And then queen takes h3.
And no pawn anymore.
Wow.
Nice.
And she, after king g8, she just took on g7.
Oh.
I did not expect it from Shahinda, who is only 2100 lira. 21 on
As
6.
I said, she's from Egypt. She must be underrated.
And actually, her sister, she's playing here as well. I mean, she's already out, but she was playing in the first round as well. But she lost her first round. And this is, after knight d5, is just winning on knight c6, maybe.
Wow, that is an amazing play from the player from Egypt. That is
Absolutely. Yeah.
like seems like Elmira has blended a lot of things in this game.
Yeah, knight c6. The next move is e7. We will check, and we win the rook. Anna Ushenina just finished her game in a draw. And Elmira is about to lose her game, but second game she plays white, so
Yeah.
she's still Oh, she's still in the game, so I mean in the match, and she's about to resign. I think I don't really see anything for
Yeah,
black
that
here.
is painful. That is painful. Yeah, right.
Queen went to b7.
There is E.
Well, the
There
queen
is
on
no-
b7 attacks the queen on b3, so
Oh,
that's a little trick.
Ouch. That's
But
a
just
nice
queen
trick.
d5.
Yeah, that's true. Queen d5, and yeah, we're. Yeah, seems like totally lost here.
Yeah, but after rook f2, the mate ideas. But now e7, she played king h7, now queen h5 just
And
immediately.
promoting with a check.
Yes, and the next move is
there's
e8, queen, almost a checkmate. Alright, so I think this is the second upset of the round. What's going on here? Wow. Stalemate.
What?
Stalemate.
No way. You were right.
It is a stalemate.
No
and,
way. Oh my god, this is.
and look at Nergil, she's so relieved right now.
Oh
She was
my
completely
God.
lost, but let's
How
look
did
at
it
what
go?
happened. I was telling you that this is not so simple, right?
Yeah, but this is not the kind of fortress you were talking
Okay,
of.
this is not a fortress yet,
Yeah.
but still. Yeah, obviously Black's position is completely winning, but she wasn't accurate enough. You know, in this position, you know,
You need
there should be some bell in your head screaming that, you know, stalemate, stalemate, stalemate.
Yeah. You should be like. What is the counterplay of your opponent? The only thing he can do is try to go for a stalemate. That is true, and this is what Black should have asked himself. The kind of question.
Yes, and just play knight f6 or whatever.
Or bishop g6.
Bishop g6. I think the bishop g6 is a little bit too solid, but as well as knight f6. So
Yeah.
bishop f5 makes sense. But she just played rook e1, thinking, okay, the game is over. Next
No,
move
but
is rook
this is too
h1.
naive. I have to admit, this is too naive. Like
Maybe.
you're threatening mate. There is no defense, so you think like your opponent is gonna resign, but you just you need to be not to be overconfident in such kind of moments.
Yeah, but I think she just felt like she outplayed her opponent, and this is a logical outcome. And she played a very nice game, and she actually did play a very nice game. But unfortunately, the stalemate happened, and this is no fun for Ingrid from Peru.
Well, at least it's beautiful and it's nice to watch. It's for the show, as they say.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, how many games do we have more left?
We don't have any games left.
We have everything. Everything has just finished, which means that we should be having a break. We should be having a quick break before the second game of the first tie break. Rapid game, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. And in case of a tie in this match, the time control will be shorter, which will be 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. But once again, we're not there yet, so let us take a short break and be back right there with the games.
Don't go anywhere.
The second game starts in a bit less than 3 minutes. I invite you to join your board. And again, after this game, it may happen that some of us will have to leave us. So the arbiters would stick a red sticker on your badge, which means that when you go out of the building, you would have to perform a PCR test for your children. Those who are qualified after the round, you can leave, and those who are tied, immediately after the game, the arbiter will ask you to draw the colors for the next round. Okay? So I will give you 2 minutes to concentrate and we will start.
Back everyone to the second game of the tiebreaks of the first round of the Women's World Cup, and we've seen a bunch of interesting games. I'm sure the second games will be even more interesting. What do you think, Dina?
Absolutely, because we do have many players who will need to do their comeback, especially we even have favorites who lost their points, and that is going to be super exciting. We do have another game of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if at some point this matchup is even, then we will have 2 more rapid games of 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And we have already, we do already see the moves on the board, which means that the games have already started. So let us go ahead and stick to the games.
Right, so Anna Oshchenina drew her first game, still a very close match. And I think she was actually one of the favorites of the first round. I mean, rating-wise, she's 26th seed or something like that, and she's playing the exchange love. Not something you expect from the favorite, right? Not something. At least its reputation is that you play it to make a draw, but that's not the case at all. I played it myself many times, and Bishop G5 is actually a tricky move. So the point is, after Black puts the knight on f6, we just take this knight, G takes, and now the structure is not so great for Black. Yes, we gave up the bishop, but to me personally, I always like this type of position as white. It's very easy to play. So e3, e6 happen, bishop d3. So now the bishop on c8 is a little bit passive, and then the knight probably will come to e2. So our plan is to play against these weak pawns on the king side.
Yeah, well, it is a position where you have a comfortable play and you can try many ways. You can go ahead and be creative, and it is also a calm one. So as for run, even if it's like, let's say, considered to be equal, there is a lot of there is a space for creativity, and that is what she needs.
Absolutely. And Black just played f5, and with the knight on f6, Black's position would be completely fine. I mean, it's probably still fine, but Black wants ideally to put the knight on e4 and the knight on c6. Black needs to make like 4 moves in order to get the knight to e4, so that's a bit of a problem. Knight f3 happened, bishop d6. I think White will just castle, and the question is if Black will castle as well, because G file is opened, so maybe a little bit tricky. But rook c1 happened. She's waiting. I mean, rook c1 is obviously a useful move, but I think castle was a little bit more natural.
Yeah, and well, the G file, once again, I don't really think that Black needs to castle here. He can even put the king on f8 and say, I'm good here, I don't need more.
Right. Black can put the king on f8 or just castle and then put the king on h8, which is also a standard idea. So we'll see what Aya does. I think she just played bishop d7, sort of a similar move to rook c1, just a useful idea. And I guess she's waiting for White to do something, because maybe she was afraid of something like, a3 White just played, so if Black castles, maybe White has some h3, g4 ideas.
Oh yeah, the pawn break, that is nice. You know, the nice thing about the double pawns is that you choose the moment to undouble them when your opponent has a double pawn, so this is actually the advantage.
Yeah, so rook c8 happens, so we play in this game who castles first. And I'm pretty sure once White castles, Black will castle as well. So.
Oh, that is the right approach. You do not want to show your cards first.
Yes. And Black also has a useful move of queen f6, for example. And as White, I'm not so sure if she has any useful moves anymore. Yeah, and she just castled. And I think we will see castle as well. And then, as I said, I think it's a bit easier for White to play, but the position should be objectively equal. So yeah, castle, and I guess let's move on. Here we have Tivka against Demchenko.
Yeah, and their game finished in a draw. Yeah, in a draw.
In their match, all the games
finished in a draw so far. So good. They are very peaceful players towards each other, and right now we have an amazing Nimzo. No.
It's a Bogo Indian.
Bogo Indian knight. Amazing. It's
No, I guess
it's an Nimzo knight. No,
in a way. I thought you were talking about the opening.
The Bogo Indian. Yeah, it's the Bogo Indian. You're right. The Bogo Indian knight.
And
is it a king? It's called King's Indian.
No, King's Indian is when we
Queen's Indian.
Queen's
Indian knight. That was the thing I was looking for.
Right. So knight comes to e4. Yes, it's a very strong knight. And then Black will probably play f5 at some point in order to support that knight. White's plan is to play b4, bishop b2, and then maybe c5, maybe d5 at some point, so some pawn breaks in the center. It's considered to be a little bit better for White, but Black is very solid, so yeah, it's just a game.
Yeah, and well, in any case, Black was doing good. But okay, yeah, let's move on. And now we have Belenkaya with black pieces facing Valerian Madrid. And this position reminds me of Petrov defense.
Almost. So it was a 4-knight defense.
Oh, yeah, that was a guess.
Knight d4, castle c6, bishop c4, d6. I don't think d6 is the main move in the position. I think usually Black plays knight c5. Bishop c5 and then d5, some kind of gambit, crazy gambit stuff. But since she won the first game, she doesn't need that craziness. And d6 was played. He takes knight e2, d3, knight f6, knight d4, d5, and now the bishop has to go to b3, and with the pawn on d5.
Yeah, it doesn't look right.
White, yeah.
No way. Okay, and queen f3 is an interesting development. I'm not sure this is the square for the queen. It can be easily chased away, like with a bishop g4, and then bishop d6.
Yeah, but the thing is, black probably needs to castle first. For example, if bishop d6, now I have rook e1, and you
Yeah, okay, not immediately, obviously, but in the nearest future.
Yeah, but if you castle first, then the idea is to play knight f5, so you don't have bishop g4.
And you stop all my plans, makes sense.
Right. So knight f5 is clearly the idea. The problem is, I can just take on f5, and this is so equalish. Especially, when black needs to draw, it's very, very hard to play for win here as white. The bishop on b3 is misplaced, so yeah, I think this is what will happen. Black just castled, knight f5 is about to happen. I don't really see any other idea for white, so yeah, looks like the favorite of this match is doing alright.
Yeah, definitely seems pretty calm for Pauline. Let's move on. We have Natalia Buksa here, again with black pieces facing Latvesh Sabrina, and Natalia also needs only a draw. And what is this? Oh, that is... I'm trying to guess.
Yeah?
The opening?
Yes?
I do not recognize it. What could that be? With pawn on c2, that's not pretty...
Well, this is just a Sicilian.
Okay, this is just a Sicilian, yeah.
C6.
Yeah, the Sicilian makes sense. And
then, knight c3, queen c7, the so-called Paulsen defense, I believe. And then bishop e3. And this is exactly what happened in the classical.
In the classical game, I remember that. Yeah, that is true. And now the plan for white would be to bring the queen to d2 and or to f2 and to double the rooks.
Right, but the pawn on f3 I don't really like.
Shouldn't it be on f4 usually?
Exactly.
Yes, with the queen on and queen coming to g3. That would be the plan.
Yeah. But that's exactly what she did in the classical game as well. She played f3, and then in a couple of moves she played f4. So I'm actually very surprised that she decided to repeat the opening in the classical games, because this position looks perfectly fine for black, especially after d5 and then rook d8. We will get the pawn back as black. Queen e1 happened, but now knight takes, rook takes d5, and I don't see any problem for black at all here.
Yeah, I agree. And knowing that once again black needs to draw, this seems to be pretty comfortable for them.
Right. This should be. I was going to say this should be a relatively easy game for black, but we never know.
We never know. We better not judge too early. Right, moving on, we do have Almira Skripchenko, who needs to score back because she just lost her game.
She just lost her game, and her opponent played really, really well. So she chose the red team, and d3, so-called, is it called King's Indian opening?
Yeah. It is called King's Indian opening, and looking at the structure, I would say that white is having a slight advantage because they have the d5 square, which could be a potential outpost later on. So I do prefer white here. What about you?
I think the same, and actually d takes e4 I think is really, really inaccurate. So either black needs to castle here or play d4. Both options are pretty playable, but the problem with d takes e4 that we just take back, and as you pointed out, the d5 is potentially really weak, as well as f5. The knight can come to, let's say, c4 and e3, but the d4 square will be covered by c3 pawn. So white is enjoying slight advantage here. Rook e1, knight g5. Especially after the exchange of the light square bishops, because this bishop was actually protecting the d5 square. Not anymore.
Yeah, that was a perfect change, because that was the most stupid piece of white.
Yes, exactly. And it's not like white has a very serious advantage here, but white should be better here for sure. So
yeah, and so in this position now, black is controlling the c4 square, which means that, okay, there is the idea of playing c4, and taking some advantage. But the plan for white would be still to bring the knight to d5, to transfer it via f1 and e3, but not so easy because the pawn on e4 would be attacked. Well, I would say knight f1 and then queen c2 protecting the e4 pawn, and then knight e3 and entering with a knight d5. But black would try to go with c4 and bishop c5 and create some activity over there. So it's I wouldn't say that I would probably say that position is more or less even.
Yeah, I agree. I thought this was significantly better for white at some point, but apparently that's not the case. So yeah, white is probably slightly better, but knight h4 actually happened. So instead of going towards d5, she's going towards f5, which makes a lot of sense as well. So the perfect scenario for white actually is to play bishop g5, then take on f6, and then to play knight e3 and knight d5. If she gets to play all these moves, she should be better, but black has her own counterplay here. For example, c4 and then knight d7, knight c5, knight d3, and stuff like that.
That is pretty nice. I would even say that black has improved so far.
Yeah, and she just played g6 to stop the knight on f5 from coming to f5. And where's the knight going now, actually?
Nowhere. Well, unless you go to g2 and d3.
Yeah, but this knight, then where's this knight?
Yeah, they both fight for the same square, and this is not good at all because knights should not control the same square.
Right. So objectively, black should be fine, but it's a long game ahead. There is no forcing simplifications or anything, so it's fine. It's fine. Not something that she was hoping for probably, but still pretty playable. And she just played bishop g5. Yeah, as I was saying, she wants to take on f6, and I think black needs to play something like knight to d7, so at least the knight can control a d5 square, for example, after knight b6, potential knight b6.
Yeah, that is true. And right, so right now, what would be our assessment of this position?
I think it's equal, but
with some preference to black.
Maybe even to black, yeah, but it doesn't really matter like who is slightly better here. I think what's important is that it's still a game, and it's very far from being a simple position, so I think both sides should be relatively satisfied with the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, apart from the fact that Elmira does need to win.
Yeah, but she at least didn't get a completely drawish position. So.
Yeah, she has a space for some creativity. That's right. So let us move on. Then next we have Huan Tang with white pieces. This time facing Fry and Janelle. And what is this?
So this is some weird bishop f4 stuff, some weird London, and that's a great choice by white because she only needs a draw. She won her first game.
That was your advice, actually.
Yes,
it seems
exactly.
like player with white pieces listened to you.
She probably went to watch our broadcast in the break between the rounds. So yeah, bishop f4, bishop g7, e3, very very solid. Knight d7, c3, okay.
Also d6 is a right approach against London. I do think that this is one of the okay, I wouldn't judge saying one of the best, but this is definitely a right strategical approach against the London bishop, because right now black has a perfect King's Indian while white doesn't have all those amazing pawns on the fourth rank.
Yes, that's true. So maybe against g6 move order, putting the bishop on f4 is not the greatest thing.
Yeah, that's it.
On the other hand, white is always very very solid, so even the position we got in the game, bishop comes to c4, knight d2, e4, knight d6, bishop will probably play, white will probably play bishop b3 or bishop e2. I'm not sure where to put the bishop, because after bishop b3, knight c5 may be a little bit annoying. And then knight wants to come to
to d3.
d3,
yeah, correct. And well, I do prefer black here. What about you?
You know, I usually play these positions as white, and like,
so your answer will definitely be subjective.
Right, exactly. And optically, black looks great always, but in fact, the problem here is I think it's a bit easier for white to play. Although this specific position, I think black is at least equal. So I agree with you that black has no problem at all here, but white is just super solid. So that's kind of a problem. And she just played bishop b3. I think knight c5. I mean, that's what we're about to see.
Yeah, knight c5 sounds reasonable. You can also push a5, a4, but anyway, if you want to finish your development, you do need to do something with your bishop on c8, which would potentially mean knight c5.
Yeah.
But that was not the move on the board. We do have something else. Queen e7 also makes sense. Now the idea is to bring the rook on d8 and say I'm good.
Yeah, I think she was just scared that the e5 pawn is hanging in some lines. But
which we accidentally blundered.
No, I didn't actually blunder because you know, knight d3 is a check.
Oh, right.
So I don't think the pawn was actually hanging, but queen e7. I mean, it's a useful move in general, so we can still play knight c5 for the next move. I just think that, you know, it was a little bit stronger to play knight c5 immediately, because I'm not sure that, you know, e7 is the perfect square for the queen, but c5 is definitely the way to put the knight. So yeah, it's a game. The favorite is white. She's fine with draw, so it will be tough for black. But again, the opening outcome is probably good for black.
Yeah, true, indeed. Right. So let us move on then. Next game we have is Ariaga Fernandez playing against Salima Nurgul, and here right now. Nurgul managed to make a draw in the previous game, so she must be feeling way more comfortable here, because this result, like, she's not in a must-win situation anymore. How do we evaluate this position so far?
Well, you tell me, Dina, because as far as I know, you're the Caro-Kann player, so...
Oh yeah, that is the knight f6 Caro-Kann line, my favorite one, and b4 is a great move, because here, well, the opposite castles, the plan for anyone in any kind of positions is to attack as fast as possible. And here we definitely see that black is attacking way faster than white.
Yeah. This is a well-known position, at least well-known type of position from this Caro-Kann line, e takes f6, which is actually very, very popular nowadays. So knight e2, h5, white
Also
castles, b5.
trend.
This is actually something what Magnus played himself against Duda a year ago or so, and the critical here is d4, d5. And in fact, I think that's the only way for white to fight for the advantage. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the idea is just after c takes, we take on b5, and d5 is weak, so d4 square for the knight. Something to play for, but she just played king b1, the natural looking move. But in fact, I think white is just worse after that, because knight b6 and now bishop takes f4 is another very important move. Bishop comes to e6, and black gets a very, very nice control over the light squares. Your king is actually very safe. It's really hard for white to you know, open up the files in front of the black's king. And the idea is for black is, yes, to play c5, to play a5, and then actually the plan is to play queen d5, and it's not that easy for white to protect the a2 pawn.
Yes, that is true. So seems like a really, really nice and comfortable play for Nurgul so far. Definitely better than the first game after the opening situation.
Exactly, yeah. She was much worse as white, and now she's much better as black. So
yeah, you see, colors do not. Sometimes colors are not that important afterwards.
Yeah, especially in rapid match. Yeah, it's not that important. I must say that I'm not. I guess b4 is a good move, but I'm not 100% sure about that, because usually black just plays a4 and she wants to play on the on the light squares. B4,
Alright.
she wants to open up the files, but strategically this is not too great, I think, because that lets white to play c4 at some point.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Right, so, okay, we do enjoy black's position anyway, and that's good for now. How about we continue with the next game? We have Mamadova Gulnar versus Narvamai, and their first game finished in a draw. So what about this one?
This one, what was the opening?
The opening, okay, that's a good question. Let me tell you. King's Indian opening. How do you say it? No.
Well, at least that's how we call it in Russia. But the opening was a bit different. It was a Vienna opening.
Oh, okay.
So e4, e5, knight c3 on f6, and now g3.
Actually, it was for knights. Okay, no, it was G3.
Well, with g3, I think it's Vienna, but okay,
right,
whatever.
Right.
Whatever.
Right.
I'm not a huge expert on the opening names.
Yeah, and I cannot argue with you so far. So, anyway, how do we evaluate this position so far?
This is actually a well-known line, and I think white is slightly better here. We have some pressure on the b file. The bishop on g2 is nice. You want to play like knight c5 at some point, maybe c4, c5 kind of stuff. So I like white here. On the other hand, black is doing well as well. There's some queen d7, bishop h3 stuff. So just around equal, but I would take black here. Take white, sorry.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. You have the pressure on the b7, you have the bishop on g2, the rook on b1, so that makes sense.
Yeah, but I guess if black gets to play queen d7 and then b6, so we get rid of the
You
pressure
kill all
on
my
the
play.
b file. What?
You kill all my play.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I do. So, on the other hand, there is some tricks. Let's say, for example, yeah, she just played queen d7. For example, I play some random move like a4. You play b6. And now I think I have bishop takes h6.
Oh, nice. That is a very nice trick. And now after bishop takes, like, obviously I cannot take the bishop because there is knight f6 fork.
Yes.
And if bishop takes e4, then there is queen takes e4, attacking the knight on c6. Boom.
Yeah,
And
that's why I
now,
was waiting for you to play b6.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, well. Yeah, it worked. Nice. So, well, it's a playable position, very much playable. And since their first game did finish in draw, it's I think it's a very interesting thing. No pressure for any of them.
I think there's a lot of pressure still, maybe not as much.
Compared to other matches, there is not so many pressure here. They're just playing chess, you know.
No, I really doubt that, but
Easier said than done.
right.
Right. So let us say the final word about this position and continue with the next.
Balanced position, some bishop takes h6 tricks in the air, but I don't really have a preference here, I think.
Okay. We shall see who knows what to do better here. And we do have one more game that we didn't cover yet, the second game of the first tie-break match. We have Claudia Colon facing Jennifer Yu, and Jennifer won her first game. So
As black, yes.
As black. Now Claudia is in a must-win situation with black pieces. And
This opening he won't guess, I think.
Oh wait.
But if you saw their second game, the classical games, then you could guess the opening, because it's the same opening.
Okay. So let us just look at the pawn structure. We have the f5 pawn, which is a Dutch pawn.
Yes.
But that doesn't help me much.
Exactly. So,
King's Indian.
no, it was a Budapest gambit.
Whoa.
Yeah. And it's what's
Wow.
interesting that she played it in a classical game and now she repeats it again. So I was thinking that this is, you know, like a one game opening,
True.
but she gets to play it again in a must-win situation.
Which also makes sense because you do want to, like, for one side, you do want to confuse your opponent, and you're ready to play some dubious openings just in order to get a mass position. But from the other side, as you say, it's a must-win. Oh, sorry, it's a one-game opening. So, like, how many days did Jennifer had to?
One.
1 day. 1 day. Sometimes 1 day is not enough. Imagine the pairings were out 3 weeks before the matches started, and Claudia has been preparing this opening for 3 weeks. So 1 day might not be enough to, how we say, to
refute the opening?
To refute, that is the word, to refute the opening.
Yeah. But it's very interesting to see the move f4 here. I'm actually, not aware of this system myself. And this looks, this doesn't look like something you play when you need a draw as white.
Yeah.
But maybe the girls, they just don't really think about it. Like, I need a draw. They just keep playing chess.
Yeah, as I was saying, sometimes girls or boys or whoever is, if you need to, let's say, to win. No, if you need to make a draw, right? If you need to make a draw, sometimes you shouldn't be thinking like, oh, I need to go to the simple position. No, you should just play and fight according to the position. And sometimes it is easier to make a draw when you're having an advantage.
Right. And actually, she probably didn't expect that she would win the first game as black. But that's something she prepared for the second game anyways, before the tie breaks, right?
Yeah.
So she just goes with what she had prepared, and an interesting position, a3, something interesting and creative. e4, h3. Yeah, looks like white got a slightly better position. After f5, this is probably exactly what Claudia wanted to get out of the opening. e5, rook e8, bishop goes to f2, takes, rook e1, takes, and then knight b5. I was expecting white to put the knight on d5, but she's a much more concrete player than I am, and she just goes after the d6 pawn. And apparently she will win this pawn, right?
Yeah. Well, she also has more pressure, so she needs to be more concrete than you are.
Yes, for sure.
Sitting in the chair, relaxed and chilling.
But on the other hand, if I'm relaxed, I can suggest some sacrifices, some bluffs and stuff.
Yeah, you can be. Yeah.
But I always suggest the most solid move. Anyway, so knight takes d6, and this is what just happened. Black will probably play rook to d8, maybe rook e6. And then, yes, b2 pawn is hanging, but the rook is attacked. So, looks like a healthy extra pawn for white.
Yeah, it does. So we don't see much of a thing for Claudia for now.
Exactly.
And we did make a tour so far. Our first glance at all the games. Now let us think what game is the most exciting for us to follow.
Which one caught your attention?
Okay, desperately trying to remember. Who did lose in the first one? Elmira did lose in the first one, so she needs to win. And she's a favorite, so let us see how she's doing here in this game.
Still a pretty balanced position, but 8 minutes ahead on the clock, which is probably even more important than it's better to have an equal position, but with 8 minutes ahead on the clock, rather than having an slightly better position with an equal time.
Oh wow, that is an interesting thought. I never thought about this one. I do know that time advantage on the clock is sometimes as important as material advantage, but here you are actually making a statement.
And I do believe in my statement. So I think 8 minutes is a serious difference, and I still like white. It's all about the same, the d5 square. Yes, it's covered as for now, but d4 square is just unavailable for black, and it's slightly easier for white to play. Like, if I had to pick a side, I would definitely pick white, even though the position is probably still around equal. But that 8 minutes difference, I think, is something serious.
One thing I can say for sure about this game so far is that eventually, after the horrible knight that we saw on h4, White managed to do their best according to the position and to get everything he wanted. The c4 square, the d5 square, the pawn on a5. It looks like all the pieces are on the dream squares, and we couldn't predict that back then when the knight was suffering. Well, the other knight was where, on f1, and the knight was on h4?
Yeah, f5 and f1, and yeah, she actually...
Compared to the situation which was there, and right now, it's definitely not the same.
I think b4 is actually a
very big mistake, because you give away the c4 square. And
right.
this
I was going to say inaccuracy, but yeah,
strategical mistake. Let's call it a strategical mistake without judging too much. But would that be? Wouldn't c4 be a better option instead of b4?
I mean, yeah, c4 is one of the options for sure. Maybe you can just leave the pawns like that and just play like rook b8, for example.
Okay.
Queen king g7, something like that. So also, you know, with a4 we sometimes weaken the b3 square, and like, I mean, sometimes black can use it with knight a5 and stuff like that. But c4, yeah, c4 makes a lot of sense, and b4 does seem inaccurate here. So
yeah, that is definitely inaccuracy. But the question is now: is that enough? Is that the question? I wanted to say, like, is that enough for White to have an advantage? But then yeah, actually, it's important. It's important for White to have an advantage because Elmira needs to win. She's a must-win situation. So it is important. It is a good question. And does she have enough advantage here?
I think I'm not sure if enough or not, but she's definitely better here, and
she's better on time.
And she's better on the clock as well. So I think the situation is very promising.
Yeah, you know, yesterday I was in a must-win situation with White, and the good strategy for that was to play like with small goals, short goals. Like, okay, I succeeded the opening, fine, check. I got an advantage on time, fine, check. I outplayed in the middle game, fine, check. And then see what happens. So,
that's a nice strategy.
So far, Elmira is doing correctly here, and we shall see soon what will happen next. And before that, like while they are playing, let us see how other players are doing.
Yeah, so Anna Orshenina won the pawn, and looks like a winning position to me. Healthy extra pawn, the bishop on b8 is really stupid. The knight usually operates much better than the bishop in such situations. So we left the position around here.
Yeah, the bishop is not a bishop.
Yeah.
It is fake bishop.
Yeah, and a very nice tactical idea, knight takes b7. And then we just win the pawn, bishop went to b8. Knight g1, queen e2, and then yeah, just a winning position. Yeah,
the only thing the bishop on b8 is doing is stopping knight from coming to e5, because after that knight e5 there would be bishop takes e5, even though it might not bring anything to black, because the a7 pawn would eventually fall apart. So
yeah, but I would never exchange this knight for this stupid bishop. The plan is very, very simple. We just push the pawns on the queen side, and there's just nothing black can do at all. So with a lot of adventures, most likely Anna will win this this match. So Karina playing against Svetlana, and this is something sharp. The last move is e4.
Nice. Now we need to calculate.
Now we need to calculate, and that's your duty here in this pair.
Okay. I'll do my best. So f takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4. But there is the rook on f1, so it's not working.
Yeah.
Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook f1, rook takes f1, rook takes f1, bishop takes f1, and I take back on e4. Seems like everything is protected by black. At least it's not a pawn sacrifice. Will there be any advantage after all?
Well,
how about we do some painting here? So
knight takes e4, knight takes e4,
rook takes f1.
Rook takes f1, rook takes f1, rook takes f1, bishop takes f1, and let's say, I don't know, queen takes or bishop takes or knight takes.
Ooh, queen takes, I have two bishops. Do you want to exchange queens? You say you're better in... I would say knight takes because the queens, now that the queens are off the board, I can still use the advantage of queen and knight versus queen and the bishop.
That makes sense, although, you know, it depends on what we're playing for. I think queen takes e4. Yes, this is probably slightly better for white after the queen's exchange, but it is extremely solid structure for black. Won't be easy for white to break through at all, because the only real break is to play c5 at some point, but that makes the d5 pawn really weak. So I think this is close to a draw, but we see some other moves, I think.
That is that kind of situation where you do have a pair of bishops, endgame. Pawns are on both sides, but this space advantage is actually not helping at all because you cannot create weaknesses for your opponents and you cannot attack the pawns.
Yeah, it's definitely still a pleasant endgame for white, but should be callable as black. But I just, maybe we shouldn't exchange the queens, but even if we don't exchange them, it's still not a very fun position to play, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
So e4, yes, is a fancy move, but is it a good one? Is it a good one? I'm not so sure.
Do you think it's a little bit like black didn't need to be that in a rush?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand, because like after e4 we probably think that white is slightly better, right? And here the question is if white has any threats. Maybe she just wants to play rook e1, threatening some f4 ideas. So I guess e4 was actually a good move, because this looks slightly worse for black anyways.
Yeah.
Although maybe some moves like knight h5. Knight h5 allows... No, bishop g6. Yeah, bishop g6 is a problem, so...
And now on bishop f5 you have bishop takes f7 check,
yes.
Intermediate. That is your idea.
That is my idea, exactly. And yeah, this is just an exchange of positions. So after bishop takes f1... yeah. I'm sorry, after f takes, knight takes, knight takes. I think... did she just take on e4?
Knight takes e4.
Was it possible? Oh, this is actually a very strong idea, I think, because after rook takes f7, I think we want to take queen takes f7.
And you threaten both queen f1 checkmate and knight f2.
Yes,
Ooh,
exactly.
that is a statement. How about bishop e3?
Bishop e3 is probably
move.
what white should play, but then knight f2 at the very least, and black is completely fine.
Yeah, with this rook on the second rank, as we say in Russian, stomach paradise for the rook. I have no idea how to say that in English.
Me either, yeah.
But that is nice. All right, it did not happen in the game. Unfortunately, that was an opportunity for...
No, I think she did just take on e4.
Oh, she did.
This is the position we have right now. She didn't take on f1, but she took on e4 immediately. So now it's white to...
So it's still working. This idea is still working.
We think so, yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
And knight f2 is a threat right now. So very well played by Svetlana. And this is not the first game where she is actually playing for a win and trying to put some pressure on her opponent. So.
Yeah, that is also a very fearless approach when facing someone who is, what is it, 3? Oh, this is actually 300 rating points, more than 300 rating points difference, and we do see a lot of courage from Canadian player, and that is very, very inspiring, I have to admit.
Yeah, I think you need to be fearless, and we have a game finished, and this is Natalia Buksa drew her game. She won the first one. So yesterday was a tough.
Yesterday was an accident, but today Natalia proved that she's the person who continues her path on the World Cup.
Yes, and could you take a look at the tournament tree? Who is she playing in the second round?
Yeah, let us have a look at the tree. Natalia now continues to the round 2, and she will be facing...
No, but this is an open section.
Oh, well, I could still look for Natalia here, you know.
Right, absolutely.
That would be a nice...
Yeah, so this is the first match, which is officially over. Natalia Buksa advances to the next round, and that's not a surprise for sure.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Actually, the surprise was that Natalia
had to play
today. Yeah, that was the surprise. But now yeah, let's say she healed the situation.
Yeah, and this is another game where White has to win, but looks like Black is perfectly fine here. And if anyone's playing for a win, it should be Black. The time situation isn't that comfortable. On the other hand, 6 minutes is not 2 or 1, so it's plenty of time. Black is very, very, very solid. The knight is probably just better than the bishop on b3. We always have that nice d5 square for the knight, and probably that's why White goes rook d4. But at the very least, we can always still play knight d5, and then if it takes, just take with the rook or a pawn as well. So it's only Black who can be better here, and considering that White needs to win, I think this match is almost over as well.
Yeah, we might know this second name of a person who continues their path, and this could definitely be Pauline Guichard from France. I had a look on the tournament tree, and Natalia Buksa will be facing Carissa Yip from United States, also a young star from the States, a very promising player. I believe she even took a gap year from school to train on chess, so she does have some serious intentions,
right.
And she's about to prove that here on the FIDE Women's World Cup 2021.
Right, and apparently that gap year is paying off, because she's, how old is she? She's 18 or 17 or something like that?
Yeah, she's nearly there, and
she's already about 2400 FIDE rated, so probably the most promising star of the United States as for now. And
yeah, she's 17. She's 16, 17, depending on where is her birthday, but...
or 17 or 18, right?
Yeah. We're 2021, that's true. You know, the pandemic year, it doesn't count for some, but all right. Let us move on.
Yeah.
Who is next?
In this game, I don't think we'll see a lot of action. Black is not losing this game. I don't see Black losing this game. Almira won the pawn. She won the pawn, and we left around here. Somehow, Black lost the h5 pawn. Like if you look at this position, this is probably the last pawn you expect to lose here as Black.
True, that's not the weak pawn at all.
Okay, so knight g4 was probably a serious mistake, because after White took, and then queen e2, now a6 is weak as well. We're still coming to d5, and opponent g4 is a serious weakness too. After knight d5, b takes, queen went to b7, but that just allowed White to grab the pawn on g4.
Yeah, we do hope for a... well, we do not hope, but we do see that White is dominating.
White is dominating, and she should win this game. I mean, as we say in Russian, White is a pawn up, but with a better position. Right, so she managed to keep all of her benefits, but also gain an extra pawn. So
yeah, and
still 10 minutes ahead on the clock.
So everything check everywhere so far.
Yes, exactly.
in the list, in the list when you play and you need to win. Right. So among other games that haven't finished yet, we also have Nurgul Salimova. It's been a while we didn't check her game.
Yeah. So here we left here saying that Black is better. The question is how big her advantage is, but White goes g4. She's saying, I'm going to attack you as well. Like, you're attacking me, I'm attacking you, so this is what we expect from such positions. And h4 is a very nice move. Closing the... at least, not opening up the files. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, stopping the attack. And how far did Black's attack go?
That's a question, yeah.
Not
The
so
G5,
far, actually.
Bishop G5, Queen C7. I guess the trick is after Bishop H4 we play Queen F4 and hit both bishops. But White didn't blunder. She played Queen C2, Bishop C2, sorry, and then she just picked up the pawn on H4. And this looks like a healthy extra pawn to me. Doesn't Bishop G3, Queen to H6. Now the Black's king doesn't look as safe anymore. And in fact, you know, if we compare this position to the position like, let's say 10 moves ago, right? This
Yeah.
one. I think we lost like a couple of pawns here as Black, and we didn't really achieve anything, I think.
No, actually, yeah, I have to admit it. I'm feeling a little bit upset as a Caro-Kann player for Black here. Seems like there must have been more from that position compared to what we see now.
Absolutely, and maybe B4 was actually inaccurate. Maybe B4 is actually inaccurate. I'm not a huge fan of this move still. And,
that is your first guess, and you still hold with this reason.
Yeah, I still think that was the reason Black's position, you know, has gotten worse and worse. But it's still a game. Of course, we still have some tricks with A3 or maybe. I mean, I was gonna say Rook B8, but the problem is Bishop on G3 controls B8.
Yeah, that's
square.
not possible.
So she played Bishop D3, very solid move. Apparently, stopping all the Knight C4 ideas and stuff like that. Makes sense. I think after A3, she just wants to play B3. And yes, that pawn on A3 will be a little bit annoying, but I don't think Black has enough compensation here for the pawn.
Yeah, that is this A3 pawn is known to be let's say a future passed pawn, a waiting passed pawn, because it's not
spare passed pawn.
Spare. Okay, that is the term. It is not a passed pawn yet because it is blocked by A2 pawn, but it's actually a huge strength in the end game. Could be very, very dangerous, and also in the middle game because it creates some kind of mating net for the king.
Exactly, and people used to think that, you know, this pawn is only strong in the end game, but in fact, you know, nowadays with all these engines and stuff, you know, when you always push the H pawn in every position.
Yeah, that has been a trend with the arrival of those artificial intelligence techniques in the new engines. Like all of a sudden, many high-level players started to push H4, A4, H5, A5 in any position, and that is actually partly for this reason now to have a look at how strong it is on A3, this pawn.
Yeah, and then it makes you know, Black's king weak forever. I mean, sorry, White's king weak forever. Yeah. It's just not that easy to get rid of this pawn, and Black will always have some threats against the king. So the compensation exists, but I don't think it's good enough, especially after a very nice move Bishop to C7. Now the knight will probably have to go to D7, and I don't think that's a great square for the knight.
I don't think either. But yeah, the dream would be to come to D5, but that's not possible because there is the bishop there, unfortunately.
And also the time situation. The time situation, 5 minutes behind on the clock. Difficult position, so we may see. Will it be the first upset of the entire round or not yet?
Yeah, that is a good question. You know, well, one thing that is really great to see here in this matchup is that Aliaga actually had a very big, let's say, disappointment after she did not manage to convert being like having a huge material, being, let's admit it, being totally winning. She blundered the stalemate idea, and she, you know, Nurgul was in this kind of big psychological advantage.
Right.
But so far, Aliaga managed to forget what happened before and did play pretty good so far. So this is pretty impressive to me. And you know, these knockout tournaments, they are very special. They're not like Swiss tournaments to which we're most used to. So here it's all about the ability to recover. As the better you can adapt to the situation right now and forget everything what happened before, the stronger you are.
That's true, and this is impressive indeed if she just forgot about her previous game because she was completely winning and blundered probably the most beautiful idea so far of the tournament.
Yeah, true. It is also very nice one. Yeah, it's pleases all the eyes.
Yeah, alright, so let's move on from this game. White is better on the clock as well, and we may see a sensational result here.
Although it's too early.
It's too early to say, yeah.
No material advantage so far, so anything can happen.
Isn't she pawn up?
Some material advantage so far, but we shall see more.
Alright, so Anna, she was winning and she's still winning. This one, Black needs to win, and actually it's a great situation for Black. She's definitely better. The bishop on g3 is not a great piece at all. And then Black is ahead on the clock as well. And she already has the experience of winning the game on demand in this match. She lost her first game as Black, and then she won the second one. Yes, Frina. She lost the first game, she won the second one, then she lost the third one, and I'm not saying she's about to win this one,
but she's doing good. She's doing good. The bishop on g3 is not a bishop. For now, it's not a bishop. The only plan to activate it would be to put away the knight and play f3, bishop f2.
Yes, and we have the result. And this is
another draw.
The fourth draw of the match.
You see, here we are, the top elite 2,700 players who have their everything prepared and using all the theoretical knowledge, and it's just a draw. As they say, chess is a drawish draw. Oh, it's a drawish game, sorry.
But I like the drawish draw.
This also can be said. So yeah, they say chess is a drawish game, and usually we see that on a very high level. But here we go, players rated 2,400 and even 2,000, right? 2,000, yeah, 90 is Svetlana. They do show very, very solid play, both of them, since all their games are finished in a draw.
Yeah, and we may see some, like a draw.
Some drama.
So like 8 draws, and then the Armageddon, whoever picks Black wins because the draw is good enough.
That's gonna be the most exciting one if it ever happens.
And we do see the now result, and this is, do you recognize the players?
Yeah, it's Pauline Guichard. She must have won.
Yes, she did win her.
She did win.
Or at least she probably made a draw. Yeah, because the draw was good enough. Of course, she won the first game. Yeah, and that's how the game finished. She just repeated the moves. Probably in a winning position, but who cares?
Yeah, especially since it's the rapid game and you do not even care about your rating points anymore, so you can afford yourself making a draw in a winning position.
I guess some people care about rapid ratings as well, but
I do not think they do nowadays. Then rapid and blitz is more and more often played online than they were before.
That could be the case, yeah. I'm really hoping that FIDE will organize the World Rapid and Blitz this year.
The over-the-board event.
The over-the-board event, yeah.
Yeah, you're optimistic, but let's be optimistic. It's a good approach in life.
All right, so we get another result, and Mira Skripchenko wins her game and strikes back in the match.
Oh, nice!
As well as Anna Orshenina apparently just finished her game as well, and she won it, and she won the match.
So we have another name of a player who goes to the next round, to the round 2 of the World Cup. It is Anna Orshenina. She beat her opponent in the second game. First game finished in a draw.
In a draw, right.
So let me tell you who Anna is going to face, and that is gonna be... Oh, that is interesting.
We still don't know yet.
We still don't know, because her opponent will actually be either Svetlana Demchenko or Karina Tsivka, and this one is about to be decided right now. So we don't have an opponent for Anna yet, but that's definitely not a problem for her, since right now she finished her match and all she wants is to get some rest.
Yes, so we've got 4 games left. Let's see how Claudia Colon is doing, if she's able to comeback, and looks like she won't be able to do that.
Ooh, okay, she does have a passed pawn on a4, but that's definitely not as passed as the pawn on c6.
As it should be.
Yeah, and it's also the only pawn, while Claudia does have two connected passed pawns. Oh, sorry, Jennifer has two connected passed pawns. So, yeah.
Black should resign, and besides the very strong pawns, we also have a threat of bishop d4, which ends the game on the spot. So a very convincing play by Jennifer. She won her first game. I don't know what should happen if she doesn't win this game as well. So
an accident.
An accident should happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that is pretty sad. Right. So before we see the resignation, we could perhaps cover one more game.
One more game, let's say Narvamay playing against Gulnar Mamadova. The first game finished in a draw. This is a very, very sharp one.
Oh, true.
What's going on? I don't know.
Let us do the math. So white is a pawn up.
White is a pawn up, yeah, but her king is the problem.
But might be a king down.
Yeah.
Okay. Terrifying.
It does look scary, and 29 seconds left. I think black should play either king h8 or king h7 in order to avoid bishop d5 check. And meanwhile, on the camera, we're about to see the resignation, I believe. Well, Claudia still doesn't resign.
She still plays. She doesn't want to say goodbye to the World Cup.
But she's pissed down.
And that is understandable, but yeah, we do expect the result very, very soon.
Yeah, and king h8 was played by Gulnar, bishop e4 in response.
Trying to exchange the queen since the white king is in danger. Pretty correct. Now queen g4 would be my suggestion.
Yeah, but the problem here might be that I actually can take on g6 and now the pawn is pinned. Although you can play.
No, wait. My idea was to take with the queen because otherwise you will just say bye bye to your rook on f8. You cannot take it with the rook.
That is true as well. Yeah.
So yeah. In fact, if black wants to save the queens, that would be the only option. There is also queen e8, but it is too passive.
No, but I think queen h3 is also very interesting. The idea is after bishop g6, I can actually take on g3.
Oh, nice. See, I do not care about the knight. I want the king, and that is pretty.
That looks winning. That looks
convincing.
Winning.
Pretty convincing, actually.
And white probably should play bishop g2 here because I don't think we can allow f takes g3, as well as g takes f4 looks pretty bad, right? After knight f4, this must be made somehow. Yeah, queen h3 has been played.
And she did play it, yes,
and,
very
with
nice.
15 seconds left. I would be really scared as white here.
Yes, you do see some kind of 8 seconds.
Bishop g2, the best move, in my opinion.
Okay, bishop g2. Now queen is attacked.
Queen went back to e6. Okay.
Trying to come to e2 maybe.
Not a huge fan of this move. There's some rook e4 ideas now. Yeah, and that's what she just played.
Queen takes a2. Being greedy. Why not?
Yeah. Okay. So white lost the pawn, but I'm not sure if that's a critical
the
thing.
Queen is out right now, so it might not be very convincing. In fact, it's not sure that this it was worth it.
And now f3 is obviously, I was gonna say obviously the most critical move, but she just took on g3. But it actually makes sense as well, because if we take on f6, I think black can take on h2 first, right? And just win the pawn.
Yeah.
King takes h2, rook takes f6. I mean, the game is far from being over. Let's say rook e8, king h7, bishop e4. Now black's king is not safe at all.
Definitely not. Well, you know, like, it is a material advantage right now for black, but I'm not sure that it was worth it, knowing all the mating attack black did have just before they transferred the queen to e6. So that might have been a mistake.
Yeah, so she just took back, rook takes f6, but now at least, you know, I can just take on g3, and this looks... white is definitely better here. In fact, maybe much better. Or rook e8 first check, yeah, that is actually even better, because now to king h7, so I take the pawn. The bishop is coming to e4, and it's like the same situation, but there's the pawn on g3 as well.
Wait, are we witnessing a drama here?
Why would we call it a drama?
Because black was so great and now he's suffering.
Well, I don't think she was winning at any point.
No,
It
you
looks
don't
like May actually defended very, very well. I don't like that idea of going after the a2 pawn. I think black should have played something like queen g4 or stuff like that. But now she brought the queen back. I mean, it's
Okay, it's changing so fast. We cannot make any conclusions so far. Right.
Rook to b6. All right, so the rook is going to b1. Yeah, the Claudia Cohen resigned. She's clearly unhappy about her performance here. But Jennifer, you know, well-deserved win.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Claudia was a favorite, but but as we said, Jennifer, Jennifer's team does have huge hopes on her. She's a former United States champion. I do know that she's also a student at college, so she might not be full-time chess player, but she definitely trains a lot, and unfortunately that was not that didn't work out for Claudia this time, but it will definitely another time.
Yeah, and we just witnessed a move on 1 second with 1 second left on the clock. That's what Gulnar did, and her position is getting worse and worse and worse. Now it's objectively lost for sure, but you know, both players have no time at all, and Gulnar almost flagged. She had only 1 second left.
Yeah, sometimes it could be disturbing.
Just pushing d4, yeah, makes sense. But h5, h4 opens up white's king.
And yet trying to have another attack.
But that allows some rook a5 ideas now. I think rook a5 looks very strong. Hitting the pawn on h5. She just played rook a8. Makes sense as well. No time at all for both players, so exciting stuff.
Yeah, a lot of excitement here. The queen is attacked right now. So what will Gulnar do? She has to move it somewhere.
She moves it to b4, but this reminds me queen takes a2.
Oh, queen a2, yeah,
Right.
the fake activation of your queen. It's not that active. And it looks active.
4 seconds left. Okay, rook a5. Yeah, the idea I was suggesting, hitting the pawn on h5.
King h6 doesn't work.
King h6 doesn't work for what reason?
I haven't prepared the reason yet.
Well, at least we can play queen c5, I think, if we want to play it safe and the endgame is completely winning.
True.
But I don't think that... Rook a7. Alright, so she's just moving back and forth. Now queen goes back to f8, and we saw this exact position, but with the king on h7.
So that is also a normal approach for whites trying to, yeah, just to play, to complicate stuff. Now h4, finally, your idea.
Yeah, but h4 gets in, and now white's king is opened as well. So I'm not too convinced by white's play here. I think I would have gone for the endgame for sure. And here 6 seconds left. 5, 4, rook a5 again. Rook a5 again, and now black can take on g3 and then put the knight on f4, I believe. Then rook h6 is the idea. So
nice.
This is getting double-edged. I think all 3 results are possible now.
Nice, wow. But we do see the pawn on h4 on the diagram, on the cameras, and not on the board.
Okay, so this is the position right now, and after queen g3, knight f4 is very strong, I think. Queen d6 is a terrible, terrible, terrible move. White can just take and play c3, and this is, or d5, and this is just a dead lost endgame. Instead, she definitely should have played knight f4 with the ideas of rook h6, then knight e2 check. And as I was saying, this is unclear.
Oh, that doesn't make much of a sense.
And I don't understand why white doesn't exchange the queens.
She didn't take.
She just plays c4, but now knight f4 again.
No way. This is so crazy. Everything is.
All right, so this is guys. This is.
Gulnar is taking on g3.
This is really hard to explain because white was the one who needed to exchange the queens, and black was the one who needed to avoid it, and looks like it was the other way around, right?
Yeah, at least in their minds, it was the other way around.
And this is just that lost as bishop e4 and then push the pawns.
Yeah. Right, so it is, well, this is that situation when with a short time on the clock, you do not actually have enough time to understand what is happening, and you just move the pieces because you have to, otherwise you will lose on time.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so let's quickly glance at some other games. Nurgul, she was much worse. Now she is not worse anymore. She is not worse anymore, and in fact, it's black who's pushing here. And I think considering white's white's king on a3, it's still not a draw at all. It's not a draw at all, and in fact, I think black will win this game, just because it's much harder for black to play in such time situation.
Yes, that is true, and it is nice to see the king on e3. In fact, you think that it's in danger because of the queens, but it's not the first time where I see activating your king in the queen's endgame as a right plan.
Exactly, so...
Now she wants to trade the h4 pawn against the a4 pawn.
And this is probably good for white, because then she gets the passed pawn. And
Okay.
I don't like queen takes h4, I think she should have played bishop b3 in order
It
to
would be
protect
more
the pawn.
solid, right?
Yeah, I mean h4 is still hanging, but at least we don't give white an option of actually getting a very dangerous pass pawn.
Yeah, because in fact here what we see is that white does have a passed pawn right now, A, and black doesn't have any because the g7 pawn is not yet a passed pawn. So the only hope here for black would be to attack the king, which she is trying to do right now.
She is trying, but queen e4 is only one check, so something like queen b4 makes sense, for example.
Or bishop g3.
Bishop g3 if you want to be like super solid, yeah. Bishop g3, what she actually played. See it on the board. Queen e4, king went back to d2.
Now no check anymore possible. How about we push the pawn f4?
Queen b1.
Ooh.
Let's go. Queen b1.
Queen b.
Queen b4.
Would be a draw. Maybe white.
I mean, if black takes, but I think she's still playing for a win. Yeah, queen a2.
Who's playing for a win here?
No, it's definitely black. It's definitely black.
Yeah, but who should be playing for a win
Who
here?
should be playing for a win?
Isn't it white?
I don't think white has any significant chance because the king is just too exposed.
But there is no mate.
There's no mate, but I always have a perpetual if I need to, as black, I think. So I don't think white is actually playing for the win, as well as black not really playing. I mean, shouldn't be playing. And now a
Careful!
queen e1!
Careful! Careful! Oh no!
Oh no! This
Oh my God!
yeah, I was about to say, just don't play e4.
That is, we saw that coming. We saw that coming. That is such a drama. That is the first drama here so far. We have seen so misfortune for Eliago. She did have a winning game with in the first game. She did have a winning position, and now she was really solid. Might even had an advantage.
And yeah, that match that was a very, very unfortunate ending for Ingrid. She played a great match, but one bad move and it's over. But that's how the chess works, unfortunately. But we see our favorite endgame ever.
Yes, that is your favorite endgame, apparently.
No, my favorite endgame is rook versus bishop.
Oh, right, that's not the same.
And let's see if Frina... No, she didn't manage to win her game as black, so she is leaving us. And we got only one game left.
Yeah, that is true. Right, so let us recall the first result in this game was a draw. So right
Yes.
now... okay, let us bet. What are the chances that white manages to win this endgame?
I think they're relatively high, because
Oh,
it's not that easy to... Well, first of all, it's not easy to defend at all if you don't know how to protect.
But I'm pretty sure Gunnar knows it's not that complicated. You just keep the king and the rook with one square difference between them on the opposite color from the bishop.
Well, it sounds very easy, but in fact there are some ways for white to break this setup. So, but what I don't like about May's strategy here is that she's taking time. Just play king g3, king f4, bishop e4, gain some time. You will need this time to figure out the right moves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Playing on with 1 minute down is not a practical approach here. Look, why is she thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just make 5 moves in a row, gain a couple of minutes, and then come off with some stuff, because she's risking flagging this position.
Yeah, it's true. True. Right. So, but anyway, eventually she will start playing fast. I'm pretty sure.
She should, but any move should be played, but it should be played quickly. Like bishop f5, for example. Yeah, nothing's wrong with that.
Well, yeah, I would actually say that the draw chances are very high, higher than the winning chances for white, because I don't know, I did have an experience defending this in classical game, and for me it was not complicated. Well, you will see it because your opponent didn't try hard,
right.
But I feel like in rapid should be easier to defend than in classical.
No, I think this is absolutely opposite.
Oh, opposite.
Yeah, it's much harder. The shorter the time control, it becomes much harder to defend, because I see this all the time. Very, very strong players lose this endgame. For example, a recent example, there was a match between Grishuk and Kramnik like a month ago or so, and Vladimir Kramnik lost this endgame. So if he lost this endgame, then anything can happen. So it's much easier to defend when you have a lot of time. But when you don't have time, it's not easy at all. But as I said, May needs to play faster.
Seems like she's not confident about this endgame. Could be so that she didn't study it that much.
Well, trust me, no one studied how to cut the king off from here.
No, I do not agree with you. I'm pretty sure Gulnar knows it very well, and also, I do think that the more experience here in this case, the more experienced you are, the better technique you have. So definitely Gulnar is a favorite in the probability of a knowledge of this endgame.
Well, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that no one studies this type of position, not the rook and bishop versus rook. People study how to protect it as black, defend it as black. People study how to get this Philidor position or whatever, but no one studies how to cut the king off. So this is something you do automatically, right? And that's where she spends a lot of time. She makes her moves with 4 seconds on the clock, and it doesn't make any sense, because you just play like king c3, bishop c4, king b4, and you slowly cut the king off, and then you get to this well-known position, and that's where you actually need to start thinking, because there are a lot of nuances.
Yeah, I see.
I would say bishop c4 is like super automatic move here, so you just want to play king d4 in the next move.
Yeah, I see your point. So this is the last game so far. All the other games have finished. And did we have some decisive games, by the way, that we didn't cover?
I think we covered all the decisive games.
And all the results. So far, how many names do we know that continue their path?
So Anu Shenin advanced, then Pauline Gishar, right?
Pauline
She advanced as well. Natalia Buxa made it to the next round too. And then Hoan Trang from Hungary, she drew her second game. She won the first one, so she's there as well.
Also, Nurgul Salimova managed with that accident of a queen.
So far we have only one pair left. I mean, if these guys make a draw, then this will be a second one.
Right. So for now we have only one game that it will be played in the second rapid time control, which is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment.
5 seconds, I believe.
No, it's actually 10. I think we have
10?
this information here and the running running text under us. But anyway, that's gonna be an exciting match, and so far we might have another one right now, which is about to be decided. So yeah, that is all the action is now happening between Narmamai and Gulnar Mammadova.
Yeah. So actually, White managed to improve her position significantly, and apparently it's around 30 moves left. So I'm still not sure at all if Black will manage to defend it. Rook c6, like where do you go now? Probably to d7, and now I play Rook f6 and stuff like that. So there is a lot of to play for as White. Rook f6 or Rook h6, for example.
Right. You know, I don't know if you mentioned it before, but Narmamai comes from a chess family.
I did mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, she has two sisters or more, maybe even more.
I know only one. So
yeah, and
more.
all of them are chess players. Also, her mother is a chess player. But I have a memory that they actually had yet another one. Well, okay, another one. So she has this. Her name is their name is very very well known in Estonia and in all the Baltic countries. Well, Gulnar is also a very experienced player. She's an Olympiad player for Azerbaijan.
I think I actually played her myself like 6 years ago, and I couldn't win my game. So yes, I know she's very strong.
Oh, so you know it by yourself. And right now she needs to defeat this one.
So this doesn't look like the right setup to me. Like for example, Bishop c6, now King e7, King d5, and
King is running away, and now the Rook to d6 transfer.
Alright, so this is interesting. She wants to go Rook g5, I think.
Okay.
After King e5.
To king, the king away, yeah. Nice. So she is about to get her freedom, which would be
How many moves?
the arbiter must be counting. We also have the counter here.
Unfortunately, we don't because our PGN is frozen.
So, well, let's say 20 moves have passed.
20.
Just saying like that, approximately.
Yeah, so let's say 25 moves left.
Yeah, okay.
Right in the middle.
And if they do not, if Black doesn't, by any occasion doesn't demand for draw, then it would be 75 moves for the arbiter.
Really? Okay, but she will demand it.
Yeah, she will. She will dare experience.
Although, how do you do it in a rapid game when you don't have a scar sheet?
Because you have this, it's transmitted on the boards.
Yeah, but you don't know how many moves you.
Oh, you ask the arbiter, and the arbiter is there counting for you, so you can always ask him. I'm not sure if you need to stop the clock for that. You need to ask the arbiter, but either way, so far Gulnar has improved dramatically. She's now free again. She's on the second on the seventh.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say dramatically, but clearly, she had a better position around like 10 moves ago, and with every move she wastes, there are less chances she will be able to convert.
Yeah, look at the king. The king of white was on the 7th rank, and right now it's on the 3rd. So where is it going?
Yeah. Good question. I mean, it's going to d4 obviously, but then what's next? I mean, I guess it's going to d4 and then bishop to d5. That's the plan. And it's still not that easy. And it's much easier for white to create some problems in this time situation. So king d4 has to be played right now.
Yeah.
Quickly.
No, not quickly.
I mean, by her standards, I think it was quickly.
Oh yeah, okay.
So and then the next move is like pre-move bishop d5, and then you put the king on e5, and something may happen.
Yeah, nice. So, did your expectations change since the last time we bet on the result here?
I think so, because there are fewer moves left. That's the problem.
True. So even if you still believed in white, yeah, the chances are decreasing for win this one. True.
And Gulnara is looking at the score sheet or something next to her. I guess she wants to know how many moves left, right?
Yeah, and she does need to know that it is yeah, for controlling. I feel like we had this situation already before with the king on the c7. If it's the c7.
Similar one. Yeah, I don't know
we
why
had
king d5 was played instead of king e5.
Okay, bishop c4. What is it? I am confused. It's
The bishop is on
f5.
e4.
Yeah, it's f5. Bishop
Yeah.
f5.
Yeah.
Should be
but
played.
apparently there are like 15 moves left, so no progress so far. This will be a draw.
Yeah.
Although rook a6 now, and then rook somewhere on the 6th rank. Yeah, and Gulnara is clearly aware of how many moves she needs to hold, for how many moves more.
Yeah. Could that be that, yeah, for white, like when you are being with a bishop, it's, do you need to study how to cut the king? Or that is the thing that should come to you automatically?
I think it's an automatic thing, and I don't know anyone who would ever, study that. So I'm actually kind of surprised that she didn't really make any progress.
Yeah, could that be, yeah, she's questioning herself too much, I guess.
Well, like most of the moves here are pretty automatic, like very simple to do. Like you can't really make a mistake, right? And when you play like some moves she made with like 2 seconds on the clock, and I think this is her biggest mistake here.
Yeah, definitely. We can see that, yeah, by all the, yeah, all the factors, Gulnara is having, let's say, this kind of psychological advantage. She's comfortable. She has more time on the clock. She knows what to do. She counts the moves. She used all the technique to make the draw, and she needs to make a draw because she has because the first game was finished in a draw. So,
Right.
yeah. So, how far this is more exciting than the rook versus bishop?
Much more exciting, because I mean, actually, this position is very. There are decent chances for white to win in this exact position. If not the fact that there is 10 moves left only, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Because she's actually made a lot of progress. Now the next move is rook a6, and then she will be able to cut the king off, I believe.
Yeah, now putting the rook down, is that the correct way to defend?
That's one of the setups. In fact,
It's
I
even
think
more
the
useful,
simplest.
yeah?
Yeah, I think it's the simplest.
It's the easiest than the one that I suggested before, right? Yeah, there is this tactics when you put the king and the rook one square apart from each other on the opposite color of the bishop, but there is another one when you put the rook down and you say this one is the easiest.
I think so, yeah. That's what Dmitry Kokorev played against me several years ago. I was with the rook and the bishop, and I just couldn't do anything. Like, literally zero progress.
You couldn't do anything. So even the fact that the king is finally, for the first time in this game, cut on the last ring, it is not helping.
It's not helping at all because there are
Right.
5 moves left. Unless she blunders.
Okay, but let us forget about the number of the moves. Did white improve here?
I think this may be winning already.
Really?
Yeah. Because next move is king f6. Like, and what are you going to do? There is this setup. It just doesn't really work for you anymore.
So we do need to know the number of the moves because this might be critical right now.
Yeah, but as far as I understand, there are very few moves left. So on the other hand, the king may get mated in like very few moves. So king f6 right now, isn't?
King f6, I take the bishop.
Rook a8 mate?
No way.
Why is it not made? I think I'm 100% sure this position is winning right now, but I'll say bishop e6 now.
Wait. No way. I'm worried. Oh, this is getting exciting.
Again.
At least some action.
Again, not really, because
No?
I think that she's about to claim a draw here.
Yeah, but you do not know. You don't know. We do not know. So,
Yeah, so she's asking for it. She says, "Stop the clock." Probably that's what the arbiter is saying.
but the position is lost. Or not. The king is going out. No?
I'm not a
the
huge
king?
expert in such endings, but definitely, this is how black usually lose such positions. Maybe it's still a draw, but definitely not easy at all.
King was on e8, and there was a check. So the king would go to
D8, yeah.
d7. He would go to d7.
No, but rook was on e7, right? No, so it's official. It's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. They are having. We can see right now the
Drawing of colors.
of colors for the next match. But in that position, summing up, the king, black's king. Oh, white's king was on f6.
Yes.
So after the check, the king would go to d7, which means.
But the rook was on a7.
But there was a check, rook a8, check.
Wasn't bishop b5?
No.
Oh, she should play rook a8. No,
Yeah.
rook a8 was. Hold on a second. The rook was on c1, right?
Yeah.
So it's just winning immediately. No, it's actually not winning. You know what? So. I mean, I
Oh,
wish-
there's a stalemate.
Yeah, so-
there's a stalemate. There, king c. Yeah,
Right.
I see. King c7.
Unfortunately,
and
we
queen.
can't really show it right now, but.
Yeah, we can explain. Yeah, so it was. It would be king c7,
Yes.
rook c8.
Yes. Check.
Where's the bishop?
On e6.
On e6. Now king d6, rook takes c1, and it's a stalemate.
Yeah, it's another beautiful stalemate.
Another beautiful
we could
stalemate
see
we
today,
could
but
see. Yeah. Well, anyway, at least Narva Mai doesn't have anything to regret because she didn't manage to get a winning position before the draw was claimed. So we do know the names of the players who are going to play yet another tiebreak. Only 2 matches, in fact, will be there. So we will have Narva Mai facing Guilherme Marwa once again. And also the solid players, Karina Tsivka against Svetlana Devchenko, whose games finished, all of them finished in a draw. And these are going to be our main games for the next matches. But before that, let us go on a quick break. and welcome back to the tie breaks of the round 1 of Women's FIDE World Cup 2021. We do have 3 more games, unlike we announced just before going to a break. We have 3 more matchups, and the games have already started. We have Gulnar Mamadova versus Narvamai, Almira Skripchenko versus Vafa Shahenda, and Karina Sivka versus Svetlana Demchenko. And we already have the moves. So, Aleksandr, what are your takes on this 3 last matchups?
Well, I think Narvamai against Gulnar Mamadova will be the closest one. At least it's the closest on the paper. And we saw that May Narva, she's actually lower rated than her opponent, but she was just winning in the previous game, so missed a nice win. But yeah, and in my description, because she actually managed to strike back. And look at the opening. Look at the opening. Shahinda, in the previous game, she played something solid like d5, c5, knight c6. In this game, she says, "Okay, enough is enough. Let's play some aggressive stuff." And we see
there is a big word. Yeah, we have 10 minutes versus plus 10 seconds. Time control is shorter. Means you have less time to understand what to do in the opening. Meaning that a surprise in the opening is a good strategy.
It is absolutely. But looks like for Almira, she had her setup in mind and she plays it anyways. Clearly not the most ambitious way of playing. I think e5, e5 just happened, and then even f4 and starting the King's Indian attack. I think Black is doing great here. This knight d2, c3 stuff is clearly not the best White has in such type of positions, but on the other hand, it's almost blitz, right? It's only 10 minutes, so it's definitely not about the opening.
Yeah, I think it's still closer to rapid than to blitz because it's 10 seconds increments,
right,
not 5 or 2. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned it doesn't matter what do you play against Almira because she has the same setup against all the openings, and sometimes it's a good strategy when you're playing fast time controls because you just have your moves, you do them, and you're fine, you're good, and you have the same plans. Well, I guess the question is, will Black be able to gain some advantage after this this particular setup?
Well, it's hard to say in general terms because we already see knight g5 on the board. So he's going for a kill in this position. It looks like she was playing some calm moves, but then suddenly queen b3 and knight g5, which honestly doesn't really look too impressive to me.
But what is she going to kill after queen e7?
Well, I guess her idea is to take on f5 and then take on b7.
Ah, that makes sense. All right.
But being really undeveloped, even g takes f5 and then the bishop takes b7, takes. Maybe we can even afford giving up the second pawn because there are some e4 ideas, f4 ideas. Black is fully developed. White's king is still in the center. This looks extremely dangerous for White. So, but she's going for it. She just took on f5. She will take on b7 on the next move. Otherwise, the whole play doesn't make sense. And I think this is a little bit too much, but we'll see. Maybe she will just grab all the pawns and stop Black's initiative.
Because the king is in the center, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, even if White gets to castle, let's say here if she castles, I play, for example, knight g4 comes to mind, f4 type of moves, knight c5 actually hitting d3 and queen on b7. This looks very nice. I mean, the pawn on b7, it will be important in the endgame, but not now.
Right.
Black definitely has more than enough compensation, but Shahinda is thinking. He's thinking maybe she has something else in mind. I don't know, but
yeah, it is curious that she's thinking now because the pawn was taken. Usually, you have this instinct to take back automatically, but in fact, no. She might actually want to sacrifice this pawn because that would open her rook, the f file, and the bishop on g2 she can kill with the with the c6 move.
You know what I'm thinking? Maybe she wants to go bishop f5 and after bishop e7 some crazy sacrifice like knight d7 after bishop 8, maybe even knight c5 first. Hitting the queen, hitting the pawn on d3, then the bishop will probably be taken on a8. And even this looks very promising.
Actually, you're absolutely right, because this is a very typical kind of sacrifice. You want to use the weakness on the light squares here, especially now that the king is in the center. I would even say that it looks as a positional sacrifice to me, not like necessarily dynamical, because you do have dynamics here, but you also have positional advantages.
It's a long-term. It could be a long-term compensation, but I think black is. I wouldn't be surprised if black is just winning. For example, knight d3, king goes to f1, and then maybe even I don't even take the bishop on knight g4. f2 is hanging, g5 is hanging, a8 is hanging as well.
Everything is hanging.
Actually, some knight e3 ideas is in there as well. So
it sounds like a crush here. Yeah, absolutely.
And she is thinking, but the thing is, white doesn't have to take on b7 here. She can just play knight e4 and.
True.
But this is just the worst position.
Yeah, you don't really understand what you're fighting for here with white. Right. So that is the first game that we have seen so far. Let us go to the next one, and we're picking Gulnar Mammadova versus Narvamai. Yeah, we just saw Narvamai not managing to overplay bishop and the rook against the rook. As Aleksandr said, it was way easier to convert such kind of advantage in a rapid game than in a classical game, but yet we had a draw.
I would say it's much easier to lose this kind of endgame in a rapid time control. Yeah.
Right. That is.
And she was actually very close to lost position. Maybe the final position was just lost, but unfortunately for May, she wasted like 30 of her precious moves.
Yeah. You're right. So yeah, May didn't play confident. Let's say she didn't gain any time. Right, that was the past. Now we have the present situation is that we have yet another fianchetto bishop on g2.
Yeah, and the same opening as in the previous white game. In fact, just the previous game because May was white. But this time, Gulnar, instead of playing bishop g4, she puts the bishop on b6 first, and this looks fine. I think she actually used her time properly and prepared against this setup, and obviously it's still a game, but looks fine. Meanwhile, Shahinda actually took bishop takes f5. She spent a lot of time, almost 4 minutes out of her 10 minutes, but actually took on f5, bishop takes b7. Now we're gonna see knight d7, I'm pretty sure, and looks extremely dangerous for white.
Yes, that is true. 97. So what are the chances that Shahinda...
Hold on a second, she's about to do something else. She just played knight g4, also looks very interesting.
Wow.
The knight is hanging, some potential knight takes f2 ideas, although I still thought that knight e7 was a little bit more precise.
That is not getting away the light squared bishop, and Elmira already answered with something which was not capturing the rook.
She played knight to e4. Which actually looks...
and now knight d7.
But now knight d7 we don't have knight c5 anymore, that's the problem.
And that was played yet.
Yeah, bishop takes a8, rook takes a8. And unfortunately I think she wasted very important time on the move knight g4.
Right.
I mean, still, even here, actually black does have some positional compensation, let's say c6 and then d5. h3 was played. I think the knight will probably come back to f6, but I don't believe that black has a full compensation here.
Now the knight needs to go back, and it did go back.
Yeah, and the next move is probably d5 if black will be allowed to play d5. So in this shorter time control, this is like a typical blitz attack. Where when you sacrifice some material, you know that if your opponent has a lot of time, she will be able to find some good defense. And here with no time, basically no time left, like 9 minutes is not that much time.
Yeah.
It's very easy to mess it up, but yeah, I still think that knight bd7 immediately would have been much stronger. And in our game we haven't covered. I mean, we looked at the first couple of moves, right? And then we see this position, the Catalan with the bishop on d6 and then f5, and that's very similar to what we saw in our game where the Dutch defense was played, remember?
Yeah, right, true.
And now black just goes c5. I don't think that's what they usually do as black. Normal continuation is knight to f6, and I think then bishop d7, bishop e8.
And bishop h5, the favorite maneuver of any Dutch player.
Exactly. So c5 looks really, really, really risky. e3 was played. Maybe e3 is fine, but I would seriously consider something like taking here, taking on d5, taking on c5, and just something simple like knight f3. So we get to play against the pawn on d5, and also the fact that the pawn is on f5, it is actually kind
Weakening.
it's really weakening. It's kind of bad for black because now the diagonal is really weak, and this diagonal is weak as well. So yeah, I think this would have been better for white.
White would get a good, good position against an isolated pawn. You know, one thing about f5 that I would like to add is that normally, like in the normal isolated pawn structure, we do have a pawn on e3 and not on g3. And in that case, f5, f4 could be a plan because that could actually let ourselves to get rid of the isolated pawn by making it a pass pawn. But here it's not possible because even if we play f4, it will be only exchanged in the g3 pawn and not the e2 pawn.
Yes, some classical but winning games. But alright, instead e3 happened, b6, knight f3, rook d1, queen went to e2, and this doesn't look too bad for black. This doesn't look too bad at all. A complex game. Not much to add here, I think.
Yeah, it's all their games pretty solid. Pretty solid and were their games accurate? Or
well,
like
I don't think this one is too accurate.
No, I mean, were their games the games between? Oh, you mean the current one? I mean, in the matchup of Karina and Svetlana. All their games finished in a draw, and that is pretty rare. That is also very exciting because you see this kind of like a tension, very close matchup on the board by both players.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the sides were winning at any point in any of the games. So yeah, this is indeed very, very close.
So that could be actually also a way to call their play as a pretty good one.
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
Because usually, like, whenever you play badly, you make mistakes, and then if it's a draw, that means your opponent didn't use the mistakes. But here it was like very tense.
Yeah, both players haven't really made anything bad so far. And this one we see queen a3. So Mir spent how much time? Like 3 minutes?
Yeah, three minutes.
And came up with a honestly not the most natural move. Let's put it this way. Queen a3. Obviously, the idea was to stop d5, but now g4, and maybe it's actually good for white.
Bishop takes e4. Now
yeah, d takes, and now I think knight c5 probably should be played. Hitting the pawn on e4. Also, there's some knight d3 checks. But I guess after f3, actually, black's initiative is not that strong. Doesn't compensate the exchange.
Yeah, definitely not yet. But also the bishop on g7 is not doing much. We do need to transfer it to h6 or somewhere to make to let him make some living out of his job.
Right. Maybe actually bishop h6 on the next move after f3. Right now makes sense. She played knight d3 instead. Also very natural. Now just king e2, I think. Yeah, knight f4 and then king d1. I think that's something what we will see on the board.
Yeah, and right. If we were to give an assumption of this position right now, who would be having an advantage in your opinion?
White is definitely better objectively, but you know, it's still d5 and stuff like that. With the weak king, it's never trivial.
Yeah, but look at all the pieces of white. Like the king cannot castle; it's in the center of the board. Look at the rook on a1, bishop on c1, and even rook on h1. They're like you feel pity for them.
Yeah, but it's a temporary problem. Like I will be able to get all of my pieces out, so it's not like the rook is stuck on h1 forever. The king will be more or less safe on c2. So yeah, the question is, d5 actually was played, and now king c2, and I would probably continue with some crazy stuff like c5.
Yeah.
I think we already burned all the bridges, and it's time to.
It's not even about burning the bridges. I think it's just about whenever your opponent plays passive, you need to play active, and this is the case. Like no matter what is the material, even if it wasn't even material.
You're probably right, yeah. But specifically when you down some materials, you just play queen c6. Maybe it's not a bad idea, but I still like c5 and maybe just d4, c4 stuff like that. If c5, queen takes, maybe rook c8. Maybe we can, sacrifice an hour pawn, play d4, and this actually looks extremely scary for white. Instead, she played queen c6, g5, and
my knight is attacked.
Yes.
And I should put it somewhere, and I do not really want to put it on h5.
I'm not sure if it's a bad idea because the knight is coming to g3, and then maybe knight e2 and knight to d4. This is my route here.
Very nice, very
but
nice.
she just played knight d7, so.
Yeah, right. Okay, I do feel like black is doing good here.
Practically speaking, maybe. Yeah, I kind of changed my feeling about this position. I thought that this was just an exchange-up position, but after black played d5. Especially g5, I'm not so sure about, because the knight probably wanted to come to c5 anyways, and h4. This is just can't be right.
Yeah, I actually think that. Anyway, even yes, as you said, practically, because this is like black has an initiative, and this is a fast time control, so it's going to be easier for them to play. Shall we move on to another game?
Yes, let's take a look at May's game against Gunnar, and not much has happened since the last time we looked at this position. I guess the queens are about to get exchanged, and I would actually seriously consider, maybe not right now, but something like this. Bishop takes c6, and now these pawns are really, really weak.
Oh yeah, this is like a classical move from the book. You give away this bishop,
yeah,
in order to ruin the pawn structure, and then you just use your knight in order to block those pawns.
Yeah, moreover, my next move is probably g4. So I want to put the pawns in the light squares to secure the e4 square for my knight. Black can try playing 5, but now e5 is also really weak. So there is some dynamic play for sure, but I think it should be slightly better for white. And again, we don't have to take on c6 at once. We may play knight c4 first, for example.
Because you cannot move. And there is actually a threat on the e5, so I do need to defend it, and then you can take.
Yeah, also some a4, a5 ideas in there. I think this is actually much more unpleasant for black when it looks.
Wow, it's this particular case of a situation when the threat is stronger than the
execution.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Right, so Karina, she put her pawns on h3, g3, f3, e3, and I do not know about. I'm not sure about this at all because this looks weakening to me, and I'm not sure what white achieved by putting the pawns this way.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, how would you use those weaknesses? Like you would need to come up with a pawn break. But what would be that?
Well, she just took on c4.
Okay.
B takes happened, and. Maybe there is no particular break, but this is just, white's king will be weak forever. It's not something that white will be able to fix. And even something really simple like takes, and then takes on e5, for example. And if d takes knight d7, then I bring the knight to c5. I guess it's around equal, but still. Actually, in fact, not even now I'm thinking maybe bishop takes e5 makes sense as well.
To play against the bishop on b2, saying that now it's going to be stupid forever.
Yeah. And basically our bishop on b8 is not that great. So
where would you put the knight on from f6?
That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, because like bishop takes. Yeah, you cannot like just jump to c5 in one move.
Right.
And
So that was just a potential idea, but she played queen e8, which I like even more. So we keep the tension in the center. Probably she wants to go queen h5, and although there's always some knight f4 stuff. So king g1.
Okay.
I don't know who's better. I mean, I would probably play black, but I'm not sure at all if black is any better here. I just don't like having these pawns, especially in rapid time control, where the king's safety is very, very important. So we should just play the h6. Makes sense. And only 4 minutes left for both players. Let's jump let's take a look at Almira's game. And what happened is we left this position around here at h4, knight c5. Now knight b3. White managed to exchange the stupid bishop on c1, queen e2, queen takes f3, rook e1, and rook d8. And it looks much less scary than it used to, but still compensation for black, right?
Yeah, it seems like white has improved a lot, because now at least all the pieces are developed, but there is still some kind of danger for king.
Although, what kind of danger? Like, what could be a dangerous thing for white's king? If I just grab the pawn on c7, for example.
Let's say the presence of the queen in your camp is a danger, potentially.
Well, this is a very abstract thing.
Okay, I agree.
So anything, I don't really see anything concrete. So Almira is apparently winning, but still sharp stuff. And wait, what happened? She didn't exchange the queens? This is not right. I think she should have played queen takes e7 and just enjoy a better endgame.
Oh, that wasn't in the game. That was the analysis that she suggested.
Yeah, queen e7 was my suggestion. But after queen c5, I think she just blundered her pawn, unfortunately. Rook f1 had to be played because the pawn was hanging, and now she just lost the pawn on c3, which is actually a key pawn here, because now the knight wants to jump to d4. Knight c4 was played, knight d4, and this is probably just winning for black, since it's a healthy extra pawn.
Yeah, that is true. So it was an easy plan for white to gain the advantage, but in fact he didn't prefer it for whatever reason we do not know.
Yeah, instead of getting in a much better risk-free position, she's just lost now, and 23 seconds left. 23 seconds left. She just took on b7, but something simple like rook b8 can be played, I think. And the problem is c2 pawn is probably
falling, and
yeah.
With that the d3 pawn will also fall. So looks like white is lacking some harmony among his pieces. Everything is like randomly placed, and there is no connection between the pieces.
Actually, right, yeah. Now I'm looking at all of black's pieces placed well. I mean, except maybe the rook on a8, but just rook b8. So, and yeah, queen on a4, bishop still on c1. So, a very difficult situation for Narva.
Yeah, that is true. Looks like she has 0, like she lost on time, but that is not true. That will update automatically.
Yeah, as far as I can see, she has like 21 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, seems like she has this attitude of being low on time in this match.
Right.
Like through the two previous games we saw was pretty much the same story.
Pretty much the same story, but in previous games she was winning, or at least pushing. Here she just played bishop c6, and I think black can just take on c2 and take on g3, and then g3 will be hanging as well. So yeah, this is white collapsing here.
Yes, that is true. Right, so moving on, we do have two more matchups.
Yeah, this is definitely the most interesting game so far.
Yeah, yes. Who's gonna be the first one to score? That is the question.
And apparently we just saw a big... So she actually played g5, the move I don't like at all, for the same reasons I didn't like g3 and h3 and f3.
Weakening.
Weakening, yeah, especially with the bishop on b2 and the knight on f6. And apparently she just blundered a very nice tactical shot, knight takes c5. So now if rook takes c5 we just take the rook, and if we take the rook first and then take the knight, then rook d8 wins the bishop on b8.
Double attack on the king and the bishop.
Yeah, and look at this guy on b2. Black would love to have the pawn on g7, right?
Oh yeah, unfortunately that is the problem. Pawns do not go back, and that is one of the reasons why one should always think twice before pushing their pawns.
And that's something I see a lot, you know, that people just instinctively play g5, let's say, like in this position. She just pushed the knight away. Looks very logical, but yeah, the next move she would love to play g5, g7, but that's against the rules, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. Right, so what do we have on the board right now? Rook d1, rook takes d1, and the knight on c5 is not possible to capture him.
Yeah, but b7 is hanging and e6 is hanging too, so unfortunately I think knight takes c5 was decisive.
So it looks like a second pawn is about to fall.
Unless she takes on c5,
There's queen
but
f7. No, because there's the queen should protect
f6
the knight.
is hanging. Yeah, she just took on c5, but this is an absolutely lost position.
Yeah, plus you have two bishops and the king is open, so...
Yeah, even if we get rid of this couple of pawns, I think it's still completely winning for white.
So you do not even need those pawns to win. Oh, that's funny, yeah.
Knight e8 happened, but now the knight is pinned as well. She just grabbed the bishop.
Everything is being...
And
Bishop c6.
the second, yeah, bishop c6 will probably be played, but then something like e4 makes sense.
Maybe bishop c8 then, but yeah, everything is just passive and...
Yeah. So we won't see... I mean, I think we will see the win
The
for
result
white here.
here, yeah.
The decisive result.
What about Elmira?
She has her king on b3. But she just played a2, a3 in order to get the key, and black responded with a6. And if black has to play a6 in this position, then it's not a good sign.
Yeah, it means that Elmira did use her best with the exchange, being exchanged up, and now she's definitely, well, for the first time we see this position, we can for sure say that white is having an advantage.
A serious one, yeah.
Big advantage.
You know, it's still not over. It's kind of surprising, but it's still not over. Let's say I just take, and your king isn't safe. Let's say, can I just take on h4, for example?
Yeah, of course it's not. Yeah, it's not over, but at least there is an advantage. Now you take the pawn on h4. You want to take the pawn on g5. That makes sense, in fact.
Yeah, but the problem is probably knight
e6.
yeah.
And now knight cannot take on e6.
Actually, maybe I can take on e6.
Oh, I can take.
I can take on e6, and in fact, this was just a blunder because now the rook on f2
maybe
is
there
hanging.
is something like rook b8. No.
No, this is just no good. So
Okay.
yeah, I think black can actually grab the pawn. And did she do? No, she went back to c8 without even taking on c3. This is a confusing move, to be honest. I think what was wrong with taking the pawn on h4? I mean, I know the players, you know, they're playing for the initiative, but sometimes it's not a bad idea to grab a couple of pawns.
Yeah. It depends on the situation. Like the game we saw before with the queen on a2, when Gulnar took that pawn, that was not the exact type of pawn which you would grab, but here it definitely would be. Right, so this is the position we have on the board with queen on b6.
Yeah, and it looks like this is actually a very solid setup for white because black can take on d4, the knight on f4 will be hanging. Otherwise, I just want to play d5 on my next move, or even d takes e5 because your king is also not that safe. So, and white has a very serious material advantage, so probably just a winning position. Now,
Yeah,
I don't believe in
true.
black's compensation anymore.
I do agree with you. How about other games? We have
Well, Svetlana managed to survive.
Yeah.
At least she's not losing immediately. I mean, she's still completely losing, like Queen d4, for example, or Queen d8. But she's still fighting. And then this game, I think. In this game,
Gulnar Mamadova versus Narvamai. Now we see their faces on the screen as well. Knight e7 was the last move. Now we have king h7. Let us evaluate this.
I mean, this should be winning for black, but at least that's the game where the defensive side has the most chances, I believe.
The defensive side has the most chances to defend.
To save the game. Yeah, in all other games, the positions are completely winning, and this one is probably winning, but far from being trivial, especially considering the time situation.
Yeah. They both have only seconds on the clock. Now rook e8 followed by knight somewhere. Okay, black black is one pawn up, but the c pawns are doubled, so it should be like as if we were 2 pawns up.
Yeah, but the problem is the bishop on g6 is really stupid, so it will be really hard to activate that bishop. She just played f5.
Yeah, now f5, making the best out of your pawns. Did you say it was a potential opposite colored?
I don't think I said that, but yeah, this is. In fact, I think white is almost alright here. a7 is weak, a4, a5.
Like, it takes you only to exchange the knights until you actually block the pawns.
Yeah, but I don't want to exchange the knights. I think my knight is actually much better than yours.
The c6 knight.
Yeah, I like white right now. I like white right now. I think after rook d1, a very precise move, the rook is coming to d7. g7 is extremely weak. All white's pieces are superior, so...
Yeah, we just had a result in Almira's game.
Yeah, she just won her game.
She won,
and
right.
She was completely winning, but this is getting very, very dangerous for black.
Now for Gulnar, it's getting dangerous.
And she just played knight d4. Actually, not a bad idea, because g7 is a real weakness now. So, makes sense. No, May is clearly opening her opponent, and now we can take on e6, we can take on g7, and then we can take on c7.
And winning 2 pawns at a shot, which will make us being a pawn up. Wow, yeah. This reminds me of their previous game, like things change so fast once these players get low on time.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting, and I think it should be winning for white. For some reason, it's not up. Like the position on my board is not updating, but we can see it on the screen that c5 and actually black has the same problem, that the bishop on g6 is just terrible, and it's really hard to activate that bishop. And white's plan could be at some point king f4, bishop e5, and stuff like that.
Yeah, that is true. So the position that we see right now on the board is not the current position we see on the cameras. So we'd better probably just focus on the camera itself. And it says that white is a pawn up and c pawn is a pass pawn.
Yeah, there is also a pawn on c2, which is hiding behind behind a pawn on e4, or the bishop on c3, I should say.
Yeah, that is true. But okay, since it's an opposite colored bishop's endgame, like now, even if it's black who needs to save, still the chances to save are high because of the opposite colors. But that is not the type of
unless white is winning immediately, which could be the case. I think I just put the pawn on c7, and the next move is bishop e5 if you play rook c6, and with the pawn on c7, I don't see black saving this position.
Yeah, it looks also like a mating net, or...
Yeah, now bishop e5, yes. And the next move is rook d8, and it's game over. The pawn just promotes, so...
Yeah, oh, that is very misfortunate for Gulnar, because she had this endgame being a pawn up, two good pawns, and there was no counterplay.
Not much, yeah.
And all of a sudden, things changed completely, and now she's losing.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, May is feeling comfortable with no time on the clock. Like that's how she plays apparently all the time. And unlike her opponent, she actually plays these positions really well. Although, you know, after King E6 is tricky. If King F4, I may try to play E3. If
King D4 same?
King D4 same, if Bishop D4 we lose C7, if Bishop F4 we lose C3.
Yeah, maybe it's too early for us to make conclusions.
Yeah, so she just gave up the C3 pawn, which I think is the right thing to do. Now King D4 probably.
Yeah, activating your king is very important here indeed. Now the rook is hanging.
Yeah, rook has to go to C2 or C6, I think. Two options. We have to keep the rook on the C file. Unless there's some rook D3 and then
Rook D3 is actually
E3
possible for now because white will not promote immediately. So you can play rook D3 and then imagine...
Like King C4, right?
You have to go King C4. Oh! No, it's okay. You have to go King C4 because otherwise the pawn will...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The pawn will go...
Rook H8 is very strong, yeah, going after the H pawn. And I don't really know how to say this. And the thing is, even if we exchange the rooks, I think it's completely lost. Because we will have the C7 pawn and the H pawn as well. As two pass pawns, and this pawn isn't going anywhere, so she just played King E7. But we can check first probably, you know, just to see where the king goes, and then we can take on H6. And as I said, the bishop's endgame is just dead lost for black.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, I do agree with you. Okay, still some technique needed. Do we have the other result in the other game?
Not yet, but the game will be finished any minute, and Karina is about to convert. So.
Yes, this is the same color bishops endgame, 2 pawns up, technically winning position for Karina.
Same color bishops, but not same number of pawns, right?
Unfortunately,
yeah. So, yeah, both games are about to finish. I mean, here something may still happen, but on the other hand,
I think the only thing that could happen would remind me of the thing that happened in the game of Nurgul Salimova. Some kind of blunders, terrible blunders, just because, like, or stalemates. But
yeah, but
apart from that, I
don't see how to set up a stalemate. I don't see how to blunder.
In that.
No, but I was telling you there was some fortress stuff.
Yeah,
I could feel it.
True. Okay, now rook took on h6, and if we count the pawns, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 against 3. So it's still only 1 pawn, but there are 2 passed pawns because the h pawn is about to be pushed as well. Yeah,
so and now rook h7 I think was pretty strong, but okay, rook h8 looks winning as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, now king e7 was played. No, I think we can just start pushing this pawn.
Yeah,
there's nothing black can do at all.
Just push, and she does it. She heard us.
Rook c4 check, but that's only 1 check. We can just go back to e3, yes.
Yeah, it's important not to blunder anything after king d4, but there was no danger.
Rook c3, king d2. Yeah, the rook can't go to d3. Has to go back to c6 or c4 or whatever. And we can just witness that Karina just finished her game. And this is the first decisive game of the match.
In their match. That is very curious. Indeed, that is the first time anyone scores in their match. And it means that right now, in the next game, Svetlana will need to win if she ever wants to continue this fight.
Well, I guess she wants to do that, but it's not going to be easy for her for sure, because she's facing Karina Sivka, who is a lot of points ahead.
Yeah,
right?
But she has
she
has been facing Karina Sivka for 4 games before, and so far, and she didn't.
5 games already, actually, right?
Yeah, but yeah, it's true. She didn't manage to win. She didn't lose either before. But okay, we'll see. Anyway, we'll see.
Yes, and this game is about to finish. Rook h7 was played.
So How many games do we have left? Only one. And this
Only
is
one
the,
game.
And this
yeah.
is the game. And this is
and
the
looks
winning game.
like all 3 games will be decisive with white winning.
Yes, true. Right. So Narumai should be able to convert here. It's just a question
Well,
of
how about
time.
rook h6 now and rook takes e6? Or no, then king takes e6. Okay, so this is not that good, but h6 is good and simple. So
Yeah. Yeah, that is true.
e3. Okay, this is this is an attempt to confuse her opponent, but unfortunately, white just grabs the pawn and
There is nothing there.
king goes back to d2 or
Yeah.
d4.
So we are
This
about
is what is it called?
suffering.
When something is done, it's like last seconds of the
Last breath.
last breath. Basically, yeah. I was good. I just forgot the word, so whatever.
Yeah, I will come back to you
Yeah.
later. Yes, we're about
Agony. Yeah, that's what I meant.
the agony.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, it's about to be decided right now, which means that we should be having all the 3 decisive games in the second matchup of the day, second stage. Yeah, and we will see all of them trying to, all 3 players, like, okay, we will see, who will we see?
Svetlana Demchenko trying to strike
Yeah,
back, and then Shahin
Shenda,
Davafa,
yeah,
and then
and,
most likely Gulnar Mamadova.
Who will be trying to fight back and to
Yeah,
score back
now rook
points.
e8 wins immediately, because we want to take on e6 as well as promote the queen.
Rook e8.
Yeah, and
she does it.
she's done it, and GG.
Well, not yet, but okay, yeah. It's like we say this, the pens, you remember? The pen stuff, like when you're...
I wonder if she will keep playing this position.
No, she will not. She will not. She will resign, and she's
This
thinking...
stupid bishop on c4, doesn't leave any hope for a stalemate.
Yeah, unfortunately not this time. So we did see 3 resultative games. We will have 3 must-win situations, but before that we shall have a quick break and be back shortly.
Or maybe don't.
We should have a break.
Probably, but I guess the games are about to start in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, we'll have a 10 minutes break then.
Makes sense.
The next game starts in 2 minutes. Players, please find your seats. Again, in case you leave us tonight, you will have to take a PCR test. And in case of a tie, please don't leave after the game and do the draw of colors.
Welcome back to the tiebreak of FIDE Women's World Cup 2021. We have 3 more games in the second time control of the tiebreak. We have already the moves, and 3 players need to score back because all the 3 games of the second portion for the day did finish with a win, with a result. And Aleksandr, who do you think will manage to qualify to the round 2?
Well, I think the best chances has Gulnar Mamadova. She is the favorite on the paper in her match.
But she needs to score back.
I mean, the best chances in terms of scoring back.
Right.
Yeah. Because it's hard to imagine, you know, that Svetlana or Shahenda will win their games.
I see your point.
Hard to imagine just because they play much higher rated opponents. That's the only reason. And another reason is actually looking at this opening. This has a reputation of being extremely drawish.
That is my favorite one. You know, the amount of games I have won so far here with white is...
So you need to explain all the ideas, because I always thought that people play it to make a draw. So
yeah, one of my favorite plans is simply like on h6, you take on f6, bishop takes, queen takes, you go to the endgame, and then you transfer your knight to g3. No, I mean... h3, no, not h3.
We don't play h3.
We don't play h3.
But she just played h3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, still.
And rook b8.
Yeah, after h6, you just take on the knight, you go to the endgame, you transfer your rook to... You transfer your knight to g3, and you transfer your rook to h... Yeah, knight. You can even draw that, and then you transfer, Then you put the bishop on f5, the bishop on f5, and then you transfer your rook to d1, d3, and then you just collect all the pawns on the queen side. But the pawn should be on h2 for that. But I hope the plan is clear for you.
Yeah, it is clear to me. Hopefully it's clear to everyone. But h3, I mean, that's what Kramnik played in his game, so I don't think this is a bad move.
Understandable.
Yeah, so rook b8, rook b1 looks a little bit weird because b4, b3 is what they usually play.
b3, bishop e5, and then
Then
bishop
probably
f4.
just bishop d2 or bishop f4.
Bishop f4 and bishop takes the knight, bishop takes b8, bishop takes a1, rook takes a1, bishop takes h3. I recall some kind of a theory like that.
Oh, so that is a theory. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
but yeah, it's
but we see bishop h4. Yeah, sorry. Bishop h4 and rook b4.
that is very unusual. Bishop on h4. We usually put it on f4. Normally.
But bishop g3, and it's more or less the same situation where we want to exchange the dark square bishops as white. So, and both players are playing really, really fast.
True. Yeah, Svetlana has 11 minutes on the clock, and did they already have this opening before in their classical games?
No, that was a Petrov defense as well, but in that game Svetlana took on e5, and then after d6 she played knight c3, so this line was played. This is completely different, and queen c7. I guess b3 has to be played at some point because we just can't keep the rook on b1 forever. So that looks logical. She just played a3. I don't really like this move because then b3 will be harder to play because a3 will be hanging at some point. Although, the rook just went back to b8 and we can still play b3 or if we want to, but she just played knight e2. And well, the position must be equal, but it's fine for both sides.
Yeah, well, in fact, here it's for white. It's the fact that it's equal is not that bad. It's usually like how you play after. Like here, especially because like the computer will always say that black is fine, but sometimes black can be outplayed.
Well, as well as white. So I think I would prefer to have a much more complicated position than this one if I had to win my game. But yeah, it's fine. So this is Elmira's Kripchenko. She's trying to make a draw as black. Opted for the Scandinavian. Then d4, c6, knight f3, knight f6.
Trying to make a draw going for Scandinavian is also a very original approach.
It is an original approach, although the positions here are usually very, very solid. Yes, black is slightly worse, but easy to play. It
is like an improved, a perfect Caro-Kann for white. No, for black. Oh.
For whom?
For both. I mean, it's
for both.
No, it's not perfect for both. But okay, it's a Caro-Kann structure for black, but it is an active Caro-Kann for white. It's actually called the Pila structure, and there are many openings that can lead to this kind of position.
Exactly. Yeah. As a Caro-Kann player myself, I think this position looks fine for black. Because yes, this f4, d4, the knight on e4, a5, it all looks great. But once we play c5, usually black gets enough counterplay. After bishop f2, Elmira played queen a5, which also makes sense. We just ask white, what's the plan about the knight on c3, and white goes rook c1.
Also logical. In a way, sacrificing the pawn, but it's I guess white will just take with the pawn, right?
Yeah, I don't think.
C3.
Oh, well, first of all, we can take b takes c3 here. Secondly, the pawn can be taken because of rook a3, trapping the queen.
Yeah, so that's no sacrifice.
So in fact, I'm not the huge fan of the queen a5 move.
Maybe a5 with the pawn should have been better, no?
a5 is standard as well, but I don't really see what's wrong with c5. I think c5 is
the classical way to equalize.
Exactly. And maybe even more sometimes, because the pawn on f4, yes, it's a strong pawn, but at the same time, as we already learned, the pawns don't go backwards. So yeah, c5 would have been a better move, I think. Because now the question is, what's the queen doing on a5, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely true. So now we have rook on c1, and okay, so Elmira is thinking. Let us see what she will come up with. And in the meantime, we have Gulnar Mamadova, who needs to score a win against Narva Mai. What is this opening, Sicilian?
Not exactly.
No.
d4, g6.
Again.
Yeah, and what's funny that Narva played it when she needed a win, and she plays it when she needs a draw as well. And bishop f4, c5. e3 takes d6.
It seems like she's confident with her opening repertoire. And d6 is correct because you kind of block the bishop and you do want to prepare e5.
Yes, exactly. This is actually... I'm not even sure if e3 is the right way to play here. Maybe c3 makes a little bit more sense. So if we get the same position, at least now I can play knight c3 and then e4.
Yeah, that is true. You will also have the center. Oh no, wait.
Yeah, but she just plays it simply, like the way you're supposed to play in this London type of position. So, but black can just play knight f6. Obviously, black can try to play knight c6 and then immediate e5. Although this looks a little bit risky, and she just played knight f6. Yeah, so this should be fine. And in fact, if white plays something like knight d2 right now, or h3 for example, no, she just castled it anyway, so we'll just skip that part. But yeah, black will probably castle as well. And then yeah, so knight c6 and then e5 at some point is the idea. And Gunnar plays c4, something that we don't see that often in the London system, because usually they put the pawn on c3 to kill this bishop on g7.
Yes, that is true. Yeah.
So, but I don't think it's any bad here. So yeah, she just wants to play knight c3 on the next move, and I think she should be happy with this this opening, with how the opening goes so far.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And okay. Slight advantage.
Slight advantage for white and a simple play as well. So what do we have here?
My favorite opening. What happened to pawn on h4?
What happened to it?
Okay, I do understand because Svetlana needs to win, so she goes pretty active. h4, I never seen that before. Interesting.
Yeah, because after knight e2, black probably played a very strong move knight h7, playing knight g5, so h4 she just came back, and now g4 square is really weakened. So
that is a very nice strategical trick. It's like wait, I'll tell you. It's the disappearing move called in chess strategy. Like in the books, you make a move. You force them to do something, and then you go back as if your move didn't exist, but they already made a change that cannot be reversed.
yeah, I actually like this kind of provocative moves a lot, and it's not like black gets a better position, but yeah, I think having the pawn on h3 would be slightly better for white. So queen g3, I guess she needs to take. I'm not sure what she's thinking about. I mean, maybe no, knight e5 would just take on h6, I guess. So what is she thinking about? Like, there's nothing wrong with taking on f4 at all, so that's why I'm surprised she's taking her time here. And look at the time situation. Svetlana only spent like 30 seconds so far.
Yeah, it seems like this position is well known to her. Maybe that is also why in the previous games Karina voted for knight f6, the Petrov, and because this one was the knight c6. No? Knight f3, knight f... No, it was also... okay, no.
No, in the first rapid game there was some weird Sicilian.
Yeah, okay.
But here, I think it's not like Svetlana knows everything about this position. I think it's just the strategy she's taking for this game, that she wants to play really fast and put some pressure on the clock. And this actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so bishop f4 happened indeed, knight takes, and now Karina takes her time again. So this is a little bit impractical, I think.
So you do think that Karina should play faster here, and
No, I mean you should probably take on f4 in a couple of seconds, but then if you spend time on bishop takes f4,
and then think, yeah, okay,
then you need to think about your next move.
Very good point, in fact. Yeah, very good strategy.
Knight f6 makes sense to me. Maybe rook e8, so more or less any normal move. But she doesn't look confident at all. But yeah, so let's take a look at what's going on here. Wow, so Shahina is not gonna give up easily, you know. G4, I like this idea. Yeah, we're just going for some attack, and this is
Nice.
unpleasant
I
for
like
black.
the spirit. It's what else? Yeah, she doesn't have any choice. She needs to go all in, and that's not even all in. That's just being active and a little bit aggressive.
That's not an all-in at
Yeah.
all, and in fact, maybe the strongest move in the position, and practically speaking, probably the strongest move for sure.
Yeah.
And now, you know, we probably want to bring the rook to G3, maybe F5, maybe G5 at some point. Probably not G5 because it weakens the light squares, but some stuff like that. And black is struggling because she has no space at all, and maybe it's actually time to play C5 finally.
Yeah, to listen to you and finally
Yeah.
do what you say.
Yeah, listen to me, Elmer, play C5.
Yeah, that's good, a very good advice. And on knight d7, there would be knight takes d7, protecting the c5 pawn. Right.
And also, if we take on D7, then F4 is hanging in some lines, so this is not really dangerous. I don't think White wants to exchange that knight, and she played knight e8 instead, so not a bad move, I guess, but looks like she's been playing this game way too passively, to my taste.
Yeah, you doubt the strategy. Okay, so what would be the plan for White? Pushing the pawns, H pawn, G pawn, or F pawn?
Well, H pawn I think would be a little bit too much, although yeah, H4, H5 also makes sense. Bishop G3 looks logical to me as well. You know,
Okay.
putting the bishop on the same diagonal as the queen, threatening some F5 stuff. So yeah, I think this makes sense.
Yeah, pretty logical. Bishop G3, I like that. Before
And she
playing.
just played G5, right? Which I don't like at all, because now knight D6 and knight comes to F5 and black is extremely solid.
Oh wait, that means it's a huge strategical mistake.
It is.
Ah, that is. Oh, yeah. Now there is the chance that the bishop will become very stupid.
Yeah, I mean, with the knight on F5, black is always safe, and in fact, just much better strategically. So G5 is, unfortunately, I think we can call it like a double question mark move.
Yeah. What is your point? Now knight d6 should be played automatically, but Elmira does take some time before making it.
Yeah, I don't know what she's trying to figure. Maybe she's like just shocked, you know, that her opponent played G5.
That is the wrong type of shock, because like even if you're shocked and you see the move, you should do it, especially if you're down on time.
Yeah, I mean, she was going to play knight d6 anyways, I think, and now it's like 10 times stronger, so yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
So the next one.
Yeah, let us move on. We have Gulnar Mamadova with white pieces against Narmamai. Pawn e4 from e5 was the last move.
Yeah, and now I think white should take on f6.
Bishop, knight takes.
Knight, which one? This one?
Yeah, the stupid
one. And then
one.
knight g5.
And now rook e8.
Rook e8. I have some knight b5 ideas.
Ooh, you are being aggressive here.
Maybe I just want to keep, you know, win the pawn on a7.
Yeah, or the exchange after knight c7.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Or knight e6 looks extremely unpleasant as well. So, yeah, I think the queen should be taken. In fact, you know, now I'm looking at maybe
The other knight.
Yeah, that's the first thing, and the second thing that we can play knight g5 immediately,
Oh.
which may be even stronger.
Okay. Oh, nice. Now after queen takes d6, rook takes d6, what will you do?
I don't know.
What is your threat, in fact? Well, apart from the fact that you want to take the e4 pawn.
I may also want to take on h5 and ruin your
Okay.
structure. I may also want to play knight d5 and create a bunch of threats. Let's say knight e7, then take c8.
And as far as we can see on the cameras, knight g5 has was just played, and
Yeah, queen d6, rook takes
rook
d6.
6, and now we need to protect the pawn. That's true. And in fact, black is simply not developed, and that is their biggest problem.
That is the biggest problem. e4 is weak. h5 knight is sort of hanging.
Yeah.
So I think White has great chances to level the score in this match.
Definitely lacking a lot of harmony here between the pieces once again. Right, so we can say that things are going great so far for Gulnar.
In this game, at least.
In this game, for now, yes, at this particular moment. Okay, Svetlana against Karina, and Svetlana Demchenko needs to score. Yet there have been some changes.
Yeah, so after knight x4, she played queen d6. A little bit mysterious move to me, but okay. h5, bishop d7, c4. Probably not something we're supposed to play as white. I mean, you know better than me, but
sometimes it works, but usually it's the right thing to do when your rook is on d1 and when you have the x-ray for the queen. Here it's not the case.
Yeah, but she actually brought the rook to d1, and after d4 played b4. Again, the move I'm not too sure about, because after rook c8, now the rook wants to come to c3.
I doubt the whole idea of making the isolated pawn for black. She was like, white wasn't forced to capture on d5.
Well, I can't say that it's a bad idea, but looks like, you know, this pawn may become a strength as well, right? So, but at least she managed to get a game, and she's almost 4 minutes ahead on the clock. Just played bishop e2, actually, you know, setting up a trap, because after rook c3 now we can take on c3.
Oh, nice! That would be a kind of a bullet.
Hold on a second. Queen takes f4. Who is setting up the trap now?
Queen takes f4.
Yeah.
Queen h2, queen h1, mate.
Yeah,
over.
queen h2, queen h1, mate is coming, and the queen is still hanging, and the bishop is hanging too. So this is just winning for black.
The only move is queen g3, but that would. Maybe we can continue.
No, but then I just take on e2.
And I take on d4, and
you take on d4,
bishop
and
e6.
any move, bishop e6.
Yeah, game over.
Not, I mean, game over in the
Advantage.
sense that white is probably not winning this game, although still some b5, a4 stuff. But anyways, this didn't happen. I think she saw that, you know, after rook c3, queen takes c3 is a possible move, so she just played knight f6, which is also a good idea, because now we want to play knight e4 and knight c3.
Yeah, so black doesn't need to force anything because he's in a comfortable position. Yeah, perhaps having an advantage. So no need to set any traps.
Yeah, and looks like black is actually slightly better already, because this c3 square is something serious. I think bishop f3 more or less has to be played, so we don't let the knight come to e4. And also, if rook c3, maybe we have some knight e2 ideas. So attacking the rook, the pawn, and the queen at the same time. So bishop f3, I think, has to be played. She just wait.
Oh, that was a.
She was gonna play bishop a6, I think, and then at the last moment she realized that the bishop is hanging, so she just played bishop to d3.
You know, sometimes it can be a psychological attack against your opponent.
Maybe.
I don't think it is the case right now, but sometimes it can be a dirty trick.
Yeah. So another question, if rook c3 works, then again knight e2 is an option.
Knight e2, rook takes e2.
Queen takes d6. Yes.
True.
So, but I don't think it's a good idea for white anyways, because I just take on g3 and then I take on a3.
Yeah.
And black looks completely fine. So rook c3 should be played right now, although there are also some tricks like bishop h7 and then queen takes c3, but again I can just take on f4, right?
Yeah, I had this idea in mind, but you will just take the knight.
So, but looks like she's about to play knight e4, which is also not a bad idea. Takes. But now, what's going on here? I guess, you know, knight d3 looks like the only move. She just played knight e2. That's a nice trick. That's a nice trick. And I think it was blundered by Karina. She's got only 2 minutes left, so let's quickly glance at what's going on here.
Knight came.
Knight came to f5, but the pawn came to d6. And I mean, it's probably still a great position for black, but
This is not something that we would expect.
yeah, because after knight d6, suddenly d5 happened. Knight f5, rook d1, takes, queen e7, hitting the g5 pawn, queen g4, and a nice intermezzo d6. Maybe was missed by Almira. Because black should be fine because this bishop is really bad, but who knows? Rook c8, and then Mamado is. What is going on in this game? She was much better the last time we left her, and now. I think she is better still, but I'm worried about the knight on h3. So
Knight on h3 does not exactly look like a knight. Doesn't have any square.
how does it look like to you?
I wouldn't say that on our broadcast, but also the rook on d6 is an outpost.
Yeah, but she just played bishop d4, rook takes d6, c takes d6. Now we have a very nice pawn on d6, and the knight is hanging. So I think the question is if white will be able to exploit this, black's undevelopment quickly. Because if I play bishop b6 and bishop b7, this is just a fine position for black, I believe.
Yeah.
Mainly thanks to this knight on h3. But she went bishop takes h3 instead. And after bishop e5, what was the plan?
Knight d7.
Knight d7, alright. But this way I have a bishop pair and a very nice pawn on d6, so it's not over yet, but white should be better, I think. Bishop h3 is an interesting idea, and she's got only 16 seconds left. But that's normal for her, so
Yeah.
she feels comfortable here. All right, back to this game. The queens didn't get exchanged, and knight g3 is a threat right now. Wait. Okay, so the rook on b1 is attacked. Yes, queen takes, bishop takes b1, rook takes b1, and objectively black is not worse for sure, but she has less than a minute left. So that could be the chance for white.
Yeah, but she has a passed pawn. It seems like an easy position for black.
Easy position to play, yeah, and
Very easy.
I don't really expect white to win this, but if we get to block this pawn and then we start pushing our own pawns, the problem here is the pawn on h5. It's usually a good pawn, but here, the queen is kind of tied up to protect this pawn. So yeah, looks like Svetlana.
It's not gonna make it to the next one.
She may not make it, yeah, but still the time situation, anything can happen.
But it's also 10 seconds increment, so
Yeah.
it's,
All right. So Almira, wow.
Ooh.
So the queen was blockading the pawn on
d7.
d7. Now it's on f3. Yes, it's very dangerous for the king, but the pawn is also, running fast. So we left it around here and looked very solid for black. But then suddenly c5, and she voluntarily left the d7 square, which is kind of interesting. But I think it's actually good because white's king is really weak now. Although d7 is a big deal.
Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't look safe for white here, I would say.
But she doesn't really care about the safety here. She needs to win, right?
Yeah.
So queen takes h3 happened. I think d7 is probably the move.
Okay. And then you want to kick the rook away, yeah. But that might be
She
professional.
just played queen g2, which is, and queen takes a3, and the bishop is hanging. But after bishop b6, what's the plan?
Or
d7, queen takes a7 check.
Right. Now we need to attack the bishop again, but I will put the bishop on c7.
Probably,
Might
yeah.
be exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, black must be fine here, but she needs to find some...
So we do need to attack the
tricky
bishop
moves.
with the queen. Let's see.
I'm not sure if we're forced, but that's probably the idea, yeah. Actually, the thing here is that I can go queen b3 and attack the rook as well. So...
Bishop went... That would be a double attack, might be winning.
Yes.
So the bishop, that might be the reason why the bishop left to f2.
But now she's not really threatening c7, so queen b3 happened anyways.
Did white just give away 2 pawns in the space of 2 minutes?
I think that's the case, but she needed to do something about her king.
Yeah, true. She couldn't let the exchange. Yeah.
So yeah, I think Aleksandr will win this game, or at least not lose this game. What's going on here? Still similar situation. I think this is the sharpest one, so to say. So I think this one we will be focusing on
The most, yeah.
the most. And actually, Aleksandr is catching up on the clock, which is and she's even behind on the clock now. Bishop c4.
And now, from everything we have seen so far, Aleksandr has not been doing great during the time, the limited time control, during the mutual time trouble. Yeah, now the bishop is transferred to d5. That is a nice thing, by the way. I do like that.
Yeah, but white is significantly better here, I think. Rook e1.
What do we expect now from this endgame?
We expect f3. The move I expect here. And then rook
nice.
e7.
Activating your rooks.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Then the knight will come to d3. No, it's
In
not
fact, I think I can just... I was going to say I can take on c5 and then on e4, but yeah. This is not something I want to do. So f3 makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, you need to be careful because black can bring the king to f1. But Aleksandr needs to win. So.
f3, 3 seconds left. c4. You see how she pushed the pawn. She didn't even move it. She just pushed it.
That is not the first time we see Aleksandr doing your move on the very last seconds before the flag.
Yeah, and it's impressive how
calm Narumai is.
and like how stronger she is actually in this situation.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Still f3 has to be played, I think.
One thing I remember now about Narumai is that she has relatively high rating in the internet blitz, and that might be the reason why she's so comfortable when there are only seconds on the clock.
All right, this could be the reason. And Skripchenko officially made it. In fact, she just made it her opponent.
Nice. So we do congratulate Elmira Skripchenko. We now have yet another player who will be qualifying to the round 2, and we congratulate Elmira. In fact, it was not an easy walk for her at all.
She had to win a game on demand, and she managed to do that. But yeah,
and you were saying in classical game she was lost.
She was lost, yeah, in the second one as well.
Yeah.
So
she had to win the game where she was lost.
No, she drew her first game, and then she drew a completely lost second game.
Okay.
And then she lost the first rapid game, right? And then
today.
Won the first. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Correct, yeah.
So we can see that Svetlana is still trying, but hasn't really achieved anything yet.
Yes, she has not. And well, rook e3 was a nice thing. You couldn't take it because
the rook was hanging on d8, and then queen d3 check.
Getting back the pawn, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, as we were saying, let's focus on this one, even though it's very drawish right now. But I don't actually know. Which one looks more interesting to you?
I would say... wait, let us just evaluate this rook endgame.
Must be a draw?
Must be a draw, okay, which doesn't suit... Aleksandr, how did it... yeah, okay. Okay, then let's probably stick to the other one.
To the Demchenko one?
Yeah.
because there are still queens on the board.
Yes, because there is more probability of a fight. I honestly think that if anyone can play for win here, it is black.
No, black is definitely better now because the pawn is already on d3.
Yeah.
So maybe white can still hold, like objectively, but yeah, if anyone's playing for win, it should be black.
Yeah, and you were so right about this h5 pawn. It is a weakness indeed, and it is yeah, it is a pity that white needs actually to at the same time block the d pawn, but also protect the h5 pawn. So the queen is really stupid.
Yes, yes, yes. I don't really see how white can make progress here. She just played queen d2, but that gives up the pawn. On the other hand, if we take on h5 now, we give up d3. So that's not something what we want to do. We don't want to exchange these pawns. I think queen d5 makes sense, queen c4, and then queen c2.
Yeah, nice. Using the fact that you have a passed pawn and you can get an outpost out of it.
Yeah, queen d5 was just played. And then actually queen b3 makes sense as well. So white is struggling here a little bit. And now if king h2, queen takes h5, comes with a check. So white is kind of on the 6th one. Yeah, she just played f3, but yeah, this just can't be good. Queen c4. I think black is already might be winning objectively. Yeah, queen c4.
Yeah, one thing it could work for this f3 move would be if by any chance white exchanged the queens and then bringing the king would actually be winning for white, but that's not gonna happen because black will never let the trade of queens.
Yeah, now if we want to make a draw, queen c2 seems like the simplest way of doing that. She just played queen d5, makes sense as well. I guess there's just no way for white to make any progress. She'll probably play g4 now, just to protect h5.
Well, at least we gave freedom to our. Like, imagine if the king was on f2, we would go rook e4, queen c2, king e3.
Yeah, but I don't have to exchange the queens, right? In that case, queen c5 wins on the spot.
Say bye-bye. And queen g5, yeah. It doesn't work.
Yeah, so...
queen c7?
Queen c7 is a check, so
check.
Why not? And the next move she will play queen c4, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, not easy to make progress here as white.
Yeah.
f4. Okay. f4, now queen c2. Oh, and this is beautiful. This was all prepped.
And rook d3.
And rook d3 check in the end. So she provoked the pawn to f4 and instantly played queen c2. So she clearly sees this idea.
Yeah.
Queen a5 happened. Well, this is last chance. But just queen c8.
Queen c8, this is funny, like saying, I don't risk anything. You just, you need to win. Show me how you're gonna do it, knowing that you're lost.
Well, objectively the best move, I'm pretty sure, is queen d2. But this ends the match, so... But, okay, she still played it.
Queen d2?
Yeah, queen d2 to block the pawn.
Now, yeah.
And then queen c2.
Yeah. And that's gonna be a perpetual. True. And how about the rook endgame that we had in Narva versus Gunnar game?
Well, maybe we can wait for this game to finish, because I think this game is about to finish any second.
You think it's going to be...
Queen a5, queen will go back to c8 now.
Yeah, now queen c8 and true.
And if queen d2, queen c2, this is the fourth time we'll see the same position.
King g3, but that also sounds like a repetition.
Which one?
Oh, no.
Oh, king was on g3,
yeah,
so
she, no.
She hasn't moved yet, but d2 is coming, so...
Yeah, you know, I'm asking myself, like...
Yeah, queen d2.
If it was a classical game, Perhaps black would not let the draw here, but just go win this one.
I would definitely take a draw for
Yeah,
sure
you
if I advance
But
to the
because
next round.
you must be a practical player, yeah. But
Who cares about this like 2 rating points? I mean, it's much more important to advance the next round. So yeah, we've got only 1 game left in this one. White actually needs to win, and I mean, obviously it's a draw, but
oh, at least it's a pawn up. How did
it's
that
an extra
happen?
pawn. Yeah, let's see how
I'm curious.
this happened.
We didn't expect that to happen.
Oh, maybe she just exchanged all the kingside pawns for the to claim this is an easy draw. I'm not
Is it
sure
an
at all.
easy draw? No, I don't think so. Was it a blunder?
Well, this is just nerves, I think. I mean, I think this should be a draw, of course. Although, so
You know, if we trade the rooks, it will be winning. It will be the famous triangle.
I have no idea, but
Yes,
yeah.
it will be the famous triangle. So we just need, like, white just needs to trade the rooks.
No. But what if I just play c5 and then c6? Isn't this winning?
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, but even with no rooks exchange. I just play, like in this position, my plan is to play c5, c6. You will probably play rook h1 and then I play king c5. But then rook b1 is probably maybe still holding for black. Rook h5.
How did she actually? How did Narva Mai gave away the pawns?
I mean, we just saw that she just gave them all away for some reason.
Can we like repeat this? Yeah, for a second. So what was actually the mistake? Like everything seemed to be like you said it yourself. It was a dead draw, but
that draw. In fact, I think black is slightly better here, but. Look at what happened. She moved her king from e6, a very nice position, to c8.
Oh my!
She got her king cut off, and then probably she had to exchange. All the pawns.
So the mistake was the mistake king d7.
I think so. I mean, at
the
least
king d7. There was a check. You could go back to e6.
You could, but yeah, she decided rook b8. Like, what is no threats, right?
King g7 now.
And then rook b7.
And here rook e6 back. What was the
I guess rook b6 was the potential problem, although I'm not sure at all. So
no, you just take and you win.
Yeah,
you have to pass.
But maybe c5 first. But c5 first, I just go rook c6 and then I go king d5.
King d5, yeah, right.
So yeah, but let's stick to this position. Then king b4 is really strange move to me.
What would you play here?
I'll try to go forward, b6 and then a7
and
maybe.
a7, yes, you're right. King b6 and king a7.
No, like why not to put the king on a7? And I mean there is rook c6 though, so maybe that was the issue. But anyways, let's focus on this position. But rook e7, clearly she is. Just played this move to gain some time, but and then she allowed the king to come to c5 again. Like why wouldn't you keep the rook on the fifth rank?
On the fifth rank, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Was she worried of? No.
I don't know what she's worried about, but this doesn't look okay. So now king d5, right.
Weird.
And the idea is after rook g5, I have king c6 actually threatening mate in a 1.
Nice.
But then rook g6 goes back, so. I mean, maybe it's still a draw, but very tricky one.
Yeah, well.
King d6 maybe?
Objectively, it looks like practically speaking, it looks like closer to winning for white, I would say.
I agree. King d6 right now looks very, very dangerous. Rook takes a5 and then c5. So this could be just a win. Yeah, king d6 has been played, and now with rook g6 we have rook e6 as well. So we don't, and then we get your pawn again, which you claim
triangle.
is
this is from Panchin cookbook, you know the.
Rook e6, okay.
This is the basic example of a triangle that you study.
Rook g1, but this must be lost after king c6.
Yeah. Sounds like we're about to have a lot of fun in the Blitz segment.
Yeah, watching some Blitz games. Yeah, so she just played king c6, And if this is not winning, I'm not sure. I don't know what is. The next move is c5, and
Yes,
rook
definitely.
e8 mate is coming as well. Just play king b8. Hey, it's funny that she can play king b6 now, and then we get with this famous c8 pawn,
Which is not so easy to win, actually.
which
yeah?
is supposed to be a draw actually, but it's not so easy to hold a draw.
Yes, theoretically it is a draw, but not so easy to hold. Yeah, in fact, this position right now seems like easier to win than the one with 2 pawns up.
Much easier, yeah. And king d7 probably wins. Check on e8 wins too, I think.
And you just push the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
The only couple of tricks black has left is, let's say, king d7. I play something like this, and then I was gonna say that rook b6.
But it's not a stalemate because I...
Yeah, no. But this is a draw as far as I understand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
Is it?
how do you make progress?
I'm not sure our viewers can see that. So we were
Alright,
speaking
so-
about the rook b6, like rook b8, rook b6, rook takes b6, c5 pawn takes b6, and Aleksandr says that it might be a draw.
Most likely it's a draw, but yeah. So now, but this is much more interesting because this could be still a draw, theoretical draw, but in practice I don't think anyone can call this.
Yeah.
Check king c6 and then check king b5.
Yeah, and somehow you need to, well, yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch. How are they going to deal with this one?
3 seconds left, king b5, and then rook g6 probably.
Yeah, you just go away, like...
It's funny that she wasn't sure f6 or g6, yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, as long as it's not h6, it's fine.
And I think, yeah, the rook is actually very well placed on h1, so probably rook h2 should be the move, and now king c6 should be winning, although I'm not a huge expert of this endgame, that's for sure.
This is the question.
But now we check and play king c7. Right?
You don't need this h pawn in order to win.
No.
You actually need to use this h pawn in order to distract the rook and then to pass with your king and your rook.
Yes, I think rook g8 and then king c7 is the way to go.
Yeah, correct. Alright, so check is gonna come, and Gunnar is calculating.
Yeah, she probably doesn't want to give up the pawn.
That is not practical because it requires to calculate, and you do not...
7. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a very, very nice move because now rook takes a5, there is king b6.
Yeah, 3 hours of work make you speak Russian now.
Yeah, well, only one word, so that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. So rook should go somewhere to like b. Oh, it's b. It's the g8. Rook g8.
Rook g8 and then king c7. Yeah.
And then king c7.
Although, isn't that the famous position when the king is on the shorter side and the rook is on the longer side?
That's what I'm saying. You do need to to do it on time so that why doesn't black take the pawn?
Because of king b6.
King b6. Okay. Okay, there is a trap. So there is a trap. Yeah, indeed. It's like the only thing that white should do here, hope for, is when giving away this pawn, is that black wouldn't be in time to do the checks from the longer side.
Right.
And that is pretty logical.
Should just play king d7, and can we actually grab the pawn?
Rook b6, and then pushing the pawn.
But then I go king a7. So then now rook d6 and
Rook d6
c6
and pushing the pawn.
Rook d6
But
and I
you
go
still
rook
have the
h1.
checks. Yeah, you still have the checks.
Let them figure out what's going on. Well, as I said, I don't think it's practically holdable.
We can push a6 push.
But what does it do?
I just push. I don't know. I'll see. You don't threaten the check. a6.
Oh, we can play a6 just because we don't see what else to do, but...
check,
yeah,
okay.
check.
King a7, you say?
Yes.
Now c6.
c6.
Actually, this is smart. This is smart because at least the rook is protected.
If I start checking you?
Yeah, but...
Check until the king gets to g2 or something.
Ah, true. Okay, we're experiencing some theoretical conversation here on the rook endgames.
Yeah, I mean there is a famous story of the. I think there was a game Grishuk Ulyanov like 10 years ago or so, exactly the same endgame, and then they played another game in a month or so, and they got the same endgame as well.
No way.
Yeah. So this was just really, some mystic stuff.
Yeah, that was a mystery. Okay, now
C6,
we
C6,
push.
C6, C6 wins.
Yeah, we push.
She should have played Rook H1.
Yeah. Yes, that was the strategy before was correct. Now C6, and
She played A6. But
uh,
now Black can try to go back to H1.
yeah, because this is anyway. She doesn't do it. C6.
She's forcing White to find the right move. C6 and then King C8 the next move, and it's King C8 is probably the simplest. Yeah, this is over. Yeah, now King C8 and C7 counts with check as well. So
Yeah, but there will be King A7.
King where?
King A7.
But then C7 and this, what is it called? The bridge. King A8, King B6. Oh, King B8.
And then King back,
She,
King A6.
Like she has to go to C8, yeah.
Yeah, then King back. And she has to go to.
Luckily for her, this is still winning, but King 8 could have been a very unfortunate blunder. But King C8, yeah. The next move is C7, and I don't think there's any fortresses with the pawn on C7 on
In
the
fact,
7th rank.
Black is lacking only one tempo here.
Maybe, but
Like,
that's not a
imagine-
coincidence.
Yeah.
Push it. It's time to push the pawn. Like she's so not confident here.
Why not?
C7 Black has no ideas at all, right?
Oh, she doesn't want to.
Now King A8 and there are some stalemate tricks, our favorites.
No, but the king will take on the pawn.
Which one?
If rook takes c7, then the king takes c7. No stalemate.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there's some
Yeah.
potential now. I don't know why would she play Rook E7, but it's still winning, of course.
Now rook d1.
Rook D1, we can go Rook E4 or Rook E3 or Rook E2.
Oh yeah, that's and then king b8. Yeah, true. And now it's over. Yeah, and she goes for this idea.
So she goes for it, and King A7, Rook A2, King B6, and King B8 is the key move. In fact, it's not because the rook is not on C1, it's just on C7. Oh, it's on D1, so... But even with the rook on C1,
There
this
would
would
be
have
a
been
check,
winning.
and we
Check
would
on B2,
take
yeah.
the pawn. Yeah, correct.
Whew.
Yeah, we are about to see another tie. Will be a blitz game.
Two blitz games at least.
Two blitz games at least. Oh boy.
And if there is a tie in this blitz match, then we will see what we are all waiting for.
Yeah, they're Armageddon again. This is totally insane, but this is an action, and at least we are enjoying it. We're enjoying it as much as you do. And yeah, we're about to have another matchup. I think the players will be making the drawing of colors once again.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll see two more games from Gulnara Ramadova against Naramai. They will be facing each other in the Blitz. Time
And that's
control.
the only match left.
That's the only match left. So as far as for Karina Sivka and Almira Skripchenko, they managed to qualify to the round 2, and we do congratulate them on this one.
Yeah. So, and we're going to have another short break, and the Blitz games will be will be full of action, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely.
So we are reaching now the blitz games. 2 games 5+3. The break between games will be a bit shorter, probably 5 minutes will be displayed on the countdown as usual.
And welcome back to the blitz part of the tie break. We have one more matchup between Gulnar Mamadova and Narvamai. Their games have been very resultative, and Gulnar has just managed to win, to score back.
Right.
Be in a drawish endgame, rook endgame, she managed to outplay her opponent and convert the advantage, and now they're playing blitz. And in this blitz matchup will be decided the name of the person, of the player who advances to the round 2.
The last player, right? We already know all the other names. And here we see the same opening, which they had in the second rapid game and in the first rapid game and in the second 10-minute game. So they're repeating the same opening, and as far as I remember, Narva had a better position as white. I mean, remember we were talking about the queen's exchange?
That's true. I do remember that. That was a very comfortable position for Narva, and she didn't trade the queens. That was the mistake, and that was after rook b1 in this kind of position.
Rook b1, bishop b6, so rook e1 first. So I'm surprised she's spending time, because probably she wasn't really satisfied with the outcome.
Yeah, or she also didn't have the someone to help her on the spot, because for such, in fact, for such a day, for such a tiebreak, you do need to have anyone with you, or on, like, you cannot have the phone inside.
Right. So
who's gonna help you?
But usually there's some person, who's right there. I mean, not in the playing hall, but right next to the playing hall with the laptop and.
Yeah, analyzing, because you do need to improve in such kind of situation.
Yeah, and Queen E2 honestly looks like. What's the opposite of improvement? Disimprovement.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say degradation, but it's definitely not the
regress. Let's say,
regress,
rook e1, rook on e1 is where the rook belongs in such positions, and the queen, I don't think it belongs to e2 here.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
But at least she probably avoided Gulnar's prep. So now we still have both players, out of book.
Yeah,
so the
knight should, we have bishop b6 again. Knight goes to either c4 or to e4, then we will have rook to b1, And there is always this idea of bishop takes c6, but I don't think it's needed.
Not with the queens on the board, I think.
Yeah, but it could become dangerous for the king.
Right. This way we would lose a lot of control over the light squares, and with the queen still on the board, the king won't be safe. And the situation is obviously different in the endgame.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be that important, but here knight c4 makes sense. A4 makes sense as well. Threatening some a5 stuff at some point. So I like that idea. Yeah, knight c4 and a4 or a4 first.
I think you were suggesting this plan before when we had that first game. Yeah, you were suggesting it as an option with the rook on b1.
Yeah, but here it's even better to have the rook on a1, so it supports a5.
Yeah, definitely.
And she just played bishop to a3. And that is a wrong direction for the bishop, I think.
Where would you put this bishop?
I think the bishop stands well on c1.
Yeah, from its own place. And that is actually a particular feature of any bishop. Sometimes it is strong enough on his own place.
Yeah, let's see. Let's say we have this situation all the time in the King's Indian, where the bishop on c8 is already developed.
Yeah, true,
and here, I just don't really see much potential. I mean, the only idea is to play knight e4 and then knight c5. Yeah, and that's what she's doing. So maybe it wasn't that bad after all. So if she gets to knight to c5, this will be very annoying for black to deal with this pressure on the diagonal.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And right, so we do prefer white here, don't we?
I think so, yeah.
We can claim that white has some kind of advantage.
And it looks like, at least from what we've seen so far, in general, May plays such positions a little bit better than Gulnar.
Yeah, and she, even if she's always down on time, she's more confident in her time troubles.
Yeah, and I think now it's important to play rook e1 because, yes, and that's what she does. And why it was important, because after knight c5, for example, instead of rook e1, black's idea was to take and then play bishop h3 and exchange the bishops. And black is absolutely comfortable here, but after rook e1, bishop h3, we always have bishop h1, keeping this bishop.
And the amazing bishop on his own diagonal, yes. Yeah, that very nice point. Yeah, indeed, I do like this idea. Now the plan would be maybe also to push the, no, not immediately to push the c pawn because there's d4 square, but yeah, I would just play bishop a3 to c1 back and then push the a pawn.
No, but now knight c5
okay,
makes some sense, although I'm not sure if it's like a serious positional threat. She just played bishop g4. Okay, makes sense. Asking white what is she going to do with the queen. I think queen d2 is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And the time control is 5+3, right?
Yes, 5+3 we should be having right now. We should be having this time control. And, what else can we say about this position?
Well, we can say that May likes to spend her time, take her time.
That is about the time management, that is not about the position.
Well, the position, we just talked about it. We think that white is slightly better, probably not much, but looks sort of promising for white. Although, I'm curious in what's happening after f5. Knight c5, takes, and then some very risky move e4.
Nice, pawn break.
Yeah, I want to get the knight to e5 and then to f3 if I can.
That actually looks pretty strong. I like this idea.
Maybe, but it's risky at the same time, because if this idea doesn't work, then I will just improve white's structure, and this didn't happen anyway. Queen f5 was played. Makes a lot of sense. Bishop is coming to f3, so we actually do want to exchange the light square bishops. And if it happens, black is just totally fine.
Yeah.
And actually I don't really see how to prevent it, so I like this bishop g4, queen f5 idea a lot.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Okay, well, objectively speaking, what is the evaluation? Is it
I don't know. C4? Maybe it's time to play C4.
Yeah.
Like, yes, we're giving up the d4 square, but c5 was an idea. She played knight c5 instead, but as I was saying, in a similar position, we just take and play bishop f3, and it's only black who can be better here.
Especially with the queens on the board, yeah, it's going to be very... the knight on c6 is going to be dominating over the bishop.
Yeah, bishop is just a dumb piece.
And this is what happened. You predicted it well. This is what happened in the game. This is what we see on the board right now.
Yeah, this is what we see. The next move is b6 for black, and then the rook comes to d8, and then e4 maybe at some point. Very unpleasant position for white. So knight c5 was a serious positional mistake, I think.
Yeah, and okay, so we do see slight advantage from black, but it's still a fight, you know, it's still not over. I mean, it's still not, like, we cannot claim big advantage for anyone.
I mean, black is better, but maybe not a big advantage. On the other hand, we just saw a couple of games ago that Gulnare was completely winning, and then she just got outplayed once the
time was low. Yeah, true. Yeah, that is absolutely true.
And bishop f1. This is very risky now. Especially that e4 can counter tempo. Attacking the bishop on c5?
Nice, very nice.
So I would seriously consider this move. She just played b6, which is totally fine as well. b6, bishop a3, and now quickly rook d8 should be played, I think. Just because we want to bring the rook into play. This is just can be bad. I mean, we want to play simply. Like, we have no time. We want to play simply. Rook d8 is probably one of the top 3 moves for sure. Maybe not the best one, but also we've read some knight a5, knight c4 ideas, for example.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Also c5, c4. Knight a5, c5, c4, and e4. Now we using okay, no tempo, no pin.
Yeah.
d4.
I mean, e4 maybe is not a bad idea, but it was much better with the bishop on c5, right? Because it was attacking.
Yeah, but if white was to play d4, then it would be the same because the bishop would be protected. So the b6, bishop a3 did not ruin anything for black in this case.
Right.
Now, shall we transfer the knight, like play b5 and transfer the knight to d5?
Well, b5 I have some bishop c5 ideas, and then the pawn is attacked.
a6,
a4. So I'm not sure if you will be able to stabilize everything here. And actually, if knight e7, I can always take on e7.
Yeah.
Or just play c4 as well. Yeah, c4 was played. c4, then the second pawn comes to c3, and this actually looks much better than it was looking, three moves ago. So.
Yes, and also now white has the center.
Yeah.
So it looks like white improved. White did improve here.
I would probably take on e6 right now. I don't want to.
On e7.
I don't want to deal with knight f5. Yeah, c3, knight f5, queen f4, but isn't g5? No, c7 is hanging. Yeah.
G5 and then e3.
Well, but this is sort of bluffing. Yeah, sort of bluffing. Well, g5, queen takes e7 happened.
Yeah.
And we may see the same scenario again when, looks like Gulnare was outplaying her opponent throughout all the game, and now they both have no time left. And Mai is just starting to play like a beast.
Yeah, with 7 seconds on the clock.
With 7 seconds on the clock, but she's comfortable.
Yeah, that's curious. You don't see that often.
Rook c8.
So calm, and also by the speed how she moves the pieces, you can see that she is totally fine, totally comfortable with this time situation.
Gulnare looks much more nervous now.
Yeah.
But e3 just came in, and this is of course very, very dangerous for white.
Let us see the update of the moves on the board.
Yeah, so this is what we have right now.
And how did it arrive?
I think we should focus on what's happening on the board.
What's happening right now? Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
The queen d7 is a curious move.
How many pawns more?
Knight takes e3, and we can see that Gulnara is much more nervous than May. So even though her position is probably great, Queen d4 I think is kind of winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen d4 must be a good idea. Knight f5 threatening Queen d4, and now Queen d4 finishes the game. Or she just actually wait. I was gonna say she just won the rook, but she didn't.
You blundered.
She just blundered, and then the queen comes to f6.
She has to take it.
Queen d4 instead.
What?
Knight takes e3.
This is stronger.
This is actually stronger, but she could have played Queen d4 a long time ago. Now Queen d7, but this is Knight f5 just mates, right? Knight anywhere.
Oh, wow. That was fast.
That
was fast.
Faster than furious play from Black. Although, the funny thing is that she could have played Queen d4 a long time ago, but she decided to give up the rook first.
Oh, yeah. Or to give up or to blunder, or...
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, I think she took on e1 instinctively, and then she realized she had Queen d4.
Okay, yeah, because we saw that she wanted to take back on e1. And in that case, would that be still winning after Queen takes e1?
I'm not sure at all. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have the board on the screen. No, we actually have all the moves, but we can't really show the position right now.
Yeah.
And we can see the Gulnara, she's very tense.
In fact, we can see that the players do not have they're actually occupying person are not allowed in the playing hall.
I guess first of all, they're not allowed at all, but secondly, you're not allowed to leave the area between the blitz games. I think that's the case.
So in fact, they cannot use any
help.
Any help, but that is I'm not sure that this is like a correct thing.
But not between the blitz games. I think
between
that's
the rapid
case.
games, they can.
I mean, otherwise you will have to sit in that playing hall for like half an hour or so, and this is.
Because it's also like a normal thing to discuss with your coach when you need to come back and to change some plans. It's not cheating at all because it's during the games.
Yeah, no, it's not cheating at all. But Gulnara looks like she's almost crying. I mean, my guess is she's actually a better player objectively than May. But May handles the pressure much better, the nervous tension,
Yeah.
So I am not sure if this match is actually over. I will even say that I'm sure this is, we will see some
more action.
More action in the second game. It won't be an easy game for White. In fact, she won her first classical game as Black, and then she lost her second classical game as White. Yes.
She lost her first game and then she won her second game. That is so interesting to see the players. Yeah, you can clearly see that Mai has, let's say, controls better her emotions. At least not showing them on physically. Yeah, that is true, and that is interesting. You do not have an opportunity to witness. I don't know, to watch the players preparing for the game as if it was I don't know, as it was a boxing match.
Right.
It actually looks like this, but
well, we only lack some music, and some fans and stuff in the playing hall, but I'm actually I'm feeling for them because I've been in the same situation a couple of times, and it's very tough situation to face. Even if you have to win the game, even if you have to draw the game, it's still so much pressure, especially in such an important event.
Yeah. By the way, are we having men in the same plane? The open section. Are we having the open section in the same field? The same, how it's called? Playing hall. It's called.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot see them.
We cannot see them, but I believe there is one match left as well.
Yeah, so they are not the only ones in such situation, but Yeah, all right. So from one side, for Mai, it's also an easier thing to do because she doesn't have the pressure. She just needs to play right now and play the game. And while Gulnar has this
don't lose, don't lose, don't lose. This type of mindset. But I think right now it's all about nerves.
Yeah. So what was the result once again? The first game, Gulnar, the classical game.
The classical game, she won as white, as black, and then she lost as white her second classical game.
Okay.
So this is not the first time they have in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, May looks much calmer. At least, yeah, as you said, she doesn't show her emotions. So, and Gulnar is clearly very nervous, and we're about to start the game in a second, right? All right.
Yeah.
You see a handshake and D4.
D4.
G6 will be played, I guess. At least that's what we've seen in every game, yeah, so far. Bishop to G7.
Interesting.
And Bishop F4.
Okay, now D6.
Knight F6, just Knight F6.
Changing.
Well, because she actually got a bad position in
the previous
game, yeah. So she decided to change
it. Yeah, okay.
things a little bit. And especially when you need a win, I guess it's better to go. White plays Knight C3.
Interesting, the verse of style attack, and now putting the pawn on E4 would be an interesting way around. But
yeah, I think now
D5.
people nowadays call it not a verse of attack, but Jabal attack.
I see the trend.
Yeah,
things are changing.
Well, usually White has this position with the pawn on E3 instead of the knight on F3, and then we have some H4 ideas, and then H5. So this is actually not the most principled way of playing for White for sure. So for example, in this position, instead of knight F3, H4 is just much stronger. And she plays H4 right now, but this doesn't make too much sense because H5 is not something we're really threatening.
True. We have this situation right now on the board where Gulnar needs only a draw, but
she goes H4.
She plays active. And that could be also the right approach because at least she's playing chess, right? She's playing according to the position. And here, apparently, a position demands to be active on the on the king's side.
Not necessarily. I mean, H3 or knight B5 instead of H4 is something what Aronian played a lot as White. And then, so H5 was also. I don't think it's necessary to play this move because now White has a plan of Bishop E2 and then Knight E5 and then G4. So this is actually pretty dangerous for Black. It may become dangerous. I've played this as White many times and it's tricky. So I think Bishop G4 actually. I was gonna say Bishop G4, but then Knight E5 anyway. So she plays C5 instead. But the problem here is that very often in such positions, Black plays C5 and they actually don't have a plan after D takes C5.
Oh, true.
Yeah, so I've grabbed so many pawns like this and people just, man, I'm like, what's next?
What is your next move?
Yeah, so she played Knight E5 instead, which is also, I think, actually is the strongest move in the position. Yeah, Knight C6, and I think I actually had an exact game like this. Now, the strongest for White is to play so grab the pawn, and then after Queen A5 we have a move A3, and after Queen C7, Queen C5.
Queen D2?
No, we want to
D4?
trap the queen somehow, like maybe Bishop C7 or something.
Yeah, the typical stuff.
And then Knight A4, so Black has to play E6.
Yeah.
So maybe the queen isn't actually getting trapped, but it's something which should be bad for Black actually, but I don't remember how exactly. Instead, she just castled, and now Black should be fine. I think now Black should be fine because this H4 pawn is actually weaker than the pawn on H5.
Ah, I see the point.
Yeah. So when you play H4, you don't really want to castle short after that. I think that's the thing in such positions, but. Again, I think May should be happy about the outcome. Her position is fine, and well,
It is playable.
it is pretty playable.
It
And
is not like drawish.
it's not drawish.
It's not symmetrical.
Symmetrical, not dry at all, and they just exchanged the first couple of pawns. So the position is full of life. Although I'm not so sure if taking on d4 was something that Black had to do. But okay, Queen b6 actually that's a interesting follow-up. She attacks d4, she attacks b2, and Black is probably have to take on c6. The idea of if b takes c6, we play knight a4, and then somehow put the knight on c5. So I think, yeah, so White just took on the knight on c6, and now Queen takes c6 is probably the way to go.
And now, what is the evaluation? One thing I do know for sure is that the knight on c3 in this kind of positions is pretty stupid. And also it reminds me of a crossbar structure from many openings, including our favorite Caro-Kann. But once again, knight on c3 is misplaced.
It is misplaced. On the other hand, White can actually regroup the knight. For example, like playing bishop d3 following by knight a2. So that's why probably bishop f5 was played. And yeah, you're right. The knight on c3, actually, the knight on d2 and the pawn on c3, it would have been much better for White.
True.
I mean, much better compared to this position.
Yeah. Yes, I do agree on this one. All right. What is going to happen next? I'm wondering. Bishop d3?
Bishop to d3, I think I'll just take it. Queen takes, and then say rook c8. Yeah, she just played bishop d3. But now, after I play rook c8, it's not that easy for you to move the knight away, because c2 is hanging. So maybe, and after rook c1, I have some bishop h6 ideas, maybe. So she didn't exchange.
Bishop g4.
And then bishop e2, asking for a repetition.
Yeah, no, we have to take this bishop. Or we do not have. No, we do.
No, I think if we want to take the bishop, we probably better take it on
d3.
On d3, yeah. But she just played bishop e6, which I think she's done it just because.
This is double-edged because you put your bishop on a passive and very, very bad square.
Position, yeah,
it becomes a pawn for a moment.
But this way she kept more pieces on the board, and she thinks that's probably more important for her.
But that's not the right strategy, because like if you exchange a... Well, no, I wanted to say that when you exchange worse pieces against better pieces, it's good for you even if you exchange them. But here they were even. So maybe bishop e6 is doable, playable.
Yeah, but I would still take the bishop on d3, yeah, and...
You would not worsen your pieces even if you need to score for a win.
Yeah.
You would just play according to the position.
I like the bishop on f3 more than the bishop on e6, let's put it this way.
You do not want to give an extra advantage to your opponent. Okay, fair enough.
Rook d8, and so they just making some logical moves. I think rook e1 is about, or a4 also makes sense. A standard move in such positions, gaining some space on the queen side. Hard to make any progress for Black, I think. What is going to be her plan? a6. All right, White is probably going to play a5 or something, or rook e1. I don't know. She just played a5. Yeah, also makes sense. Bishop to h6, and now it is sort of critical because White can actually take on f6, I think. And I don't know if it's a good idea or not. But it is an option which should be seriously considered. And I don't think she will do it, but if she won't take, then my next move is probably knight g4. At least I get some play.
Yeah, that's nice. At least you have a plan. And for a moment, you do use the fact that the pawn on h5 is awkward. And now we have the rook lift, our favorite rook lift for today.
Yeah, the rook is coming to b6, but I mean, if it gets there, it will be nice, but I'm not sure if white is fast enough. So bishop went back to g3. And now, what if I go bishop g7? Attacking d4? Yeah.
Bishop g7 happened.
Bishop g7 happened. Rook d1 probably is the move now. Yep.
You know, yeah, we have seen Nara being way more confident in the shorter time control, but also, and I said that she was a strong online player, but let us not forget that Gulnar is also a very strong online player. Not only is she super strong, but she actually qualified in the recent Women's Speed Chess Championship, and not only she qualified, but she also played, like, first of all, it was super hard to qualify because there was, like, you know, this big Swiss tournament, and then there was knockout. She won the whole, like, the knockout, and then she was facing Hou Yifan in one of the round of 16 matches. So in fact, Gulnar seems like way more stressed and all, but she also has a very strong level of in blitz.
Oh, I have no doubt that she's pretty strong, but maybe she's, you know, generally strong.
Yeah.
But this is a very unique situation, and looks like at least psychologically May is handling it better. Although, you know, looks like White has made some progress. Especially, I like this bishop takes g4 move. The knight was really annoying on g4, and now bishop e5 makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Although bishop e5, there may be some issues with the pawn on c2.
Yeah, look how, like, the
Bishop
whole
f4.
game knight is being so stupid on c3, and you don't know how to activate it.
Yeah, but now the bishop. I mean, if White gets to play, let's say, knight d1 and knight a3, put the pawn on c3, this would be just a lost position for Black strategically.
True.
But maybe that's just impossible. Rook c4, alright. More pressure on d4.
Rook on b6 is so curious to me because from one side it is super, yeah, well, it's definitely super strong, but it's also so weird to see the rook right there, like.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's super strong actually.
Yeah, it's like it looks strong, but we don't like it does attack b7, but what else does it do?
All right, so I don't know. Yeah, she's just play rook c8, and the plan is to play bishop f6, attack h4, and then play bishop d8.
Yeah, and my question was like, if by any chance the rook is getting attacked, will you have to sacrifice it?
So g3, you would, because if you lose the a5 pawn, this is just a healthy extra pawn. Oh, and she just played bishop f8, and then rook d2, bishop f4. What is going on, and what is Black just play?
What is going on is the right question here, and we're about to witness a lot of action right now.
Right. Let's just look at the actual board.
And enjoy
I
the
still
show.
don't know what's going on, but bishop is coming to b4. I think that is what's happening. But after bishop e5, bishop e4, now queen e3. Queen e3 is the idea, and the queen wants to come to h6.
Yeah, there will always be bishop f6. Oh, mate.
King h7, right now queen g. But if queen g5, now I go bishop e7.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, nice.
Bishop e7 has to be played, and if bishop f6, we can go bishop f8, threatening bishop h6. Actually winning some material.
Yeah, but we would have to.
5 seconds left. Ooh, how could she take this?
Wait.
Yeah, this is. You know,
2 seconds.
We were talking.
Wait.
We were talking about her.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. No.
Queen h4 mates.
Oh my God! How did she do that? Oh my God! How did she do that?
And that's a perpetual, right?
Oh wow! No, that was a totally wrong decision. You cannot, as you say, you cannot give away this bishop.
That bishop was the key.
Oh
key
no,
piece.
you cannot you cannot even consider it just for the sake of being greedy for the pawn and all. It's not worth it. Like 2 pawns, 3 pawns are not worth this bishop.
Yeah, white could actually give up all of her queen side.
Pawns, just for the bishop.
Not just the pawns, maybe the rook on b6 as well. Just if we get to play bishop e5 and queen f6.
Yes, that is true. Well, there would be a defense. The rook g8 would be a defense, rook g8, but there is always h5, and you do have some ideas.
Yeah. And I mean, I understand if you win a rook, let's say. This is something to consider, but not even the knight.
Yeah.
Not even the knight. So
it wasn't that even the knight; it was just the pawn. C2 pawn, c3 pawn, and c2 pawn.
So unfortunately, we were talking about her good nerves, but looks like they let her down at a very important moment.
Yes. Sometimes it's also lottery, because definitely both of them were extremely stressed out. But sometimes, it happens just by luck. Someone is But we do have a name. Gulnar Mammadova is making it up to the round 2, and let us have a look at who she will be facing. As far as I remember, which I do not. Okay, so Gulnar Mammadova is going to face Leila Javahishvili from Georgia, and Leila did not play yet. She was among the top 25 players who are about to join us tomorrow for the round 2.
Yeah, and finally we will see all the favorites, including Aleksandr Garyachkina, who is top seed. And we can see the pairings for the second round. She will face Taharjonova from the US, and I think she's already made a bunch of upsets in the previous World Cups. So, and then the tree is going very fast, but I don't think we will see any match where we will have a super clear favorite, right?
Yeah, also, there will be many stars who will join us, such as Alexandra Kostyuk, for instance, and Ekaterina Lagno. But that's gonna be tomorrow, and tomorrow we will be having once again a classical time control.
Right. No blitz tomorrow.
Yeah, no fun, but no, that's not true. We will have fun still, and yes, we're very excited to see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for the round 2 of FIDE Women's World Cup 2021.
Thank you.